It's unique. Most folks tuning into this broadcast should know about Lime Rock, some of the facts, but you have to go here. You have to experience it. You have to be on site to truly appreciate what this is. It's tucked away in the Berkshire Mountains in northwest Connecticut. It's an ideal location for racing. I mean, ideal setting, as I mentioned earlier, you're following along on the broadcast. It looks exactly as it looks. The colors are crystal clear here with the light that we have. It's perfect. And then we do have a couple spectators, folks probably from PCA. We'll probably have a few more tomorrow, being it on a Saturday.
Sure.
But there are no grandstands here. You just pick a spot on the hill and relax and just enjoy the race.
Yeah, it's a great place to sit up on top of that hill. And, before we go any further, this qualifying session, I'd like to thank, two of the sponsors that we have them here. We've got Mission Control Suspension, along with USRC as our regional sponsor here, United States Roofing. So, glad to have them come on and sponsor this qualifying session already this morning. We've got about 12 minutes left to go this morning. I should say this afternoon. I don't even know what day it is at this point, I think. Again, these drivers are getting anywhere between 3 and 6, laps right now. Some of them have pulled off a little early in order to do that. So,
yeah, I'll say, Brian. I'll agree as well as a CVR and PCA member. We really couldn't do this without the help of our regional and national sponsors.
Yeah.
So certainly we'll keep to recognize them throughout the race today and tomorrow. But yeah, certainly maybe folks doing some adjustments on the cars. We expect to see that with qualifying. And William Johnson is about 6 laps in. Certainly the times are a little slower than where we were before, but we definitely will see them start to pick up. Again, Rob Brandhover has the best lap for today on this group, 1 minute, 0.238 seconds around the track. I'm hoping to see somebody break the 1 minute mark on this. I would expect to see that by the end of the qualifying session.
I was going to say, I think maybe by the time we get to our red group, you probably could. I mean, I was, again, watching them as well, this morning when they were going out, especially earlier in the morning. It was a little cooler, right? They went out, about 10:45, and those drivers there, those times were pretty decent. Let's go ahead and give you kind of a little recap here. So we've got several groups or several classes in here, Andreas. We've got our SP1 Albert Salvador in that 56 machine right now leading over Martin Van Walsum, who did not go out and take a time right now. So Albert, the only car in that SP1. In SP2, Luke Richard in that 626, and then Luke Pelpetier in that 627. That's a 104.207 to a 106.697. So about 2.5 seconds between both of those. And our ME1, Gene Raimondi over Frank Osborne right now. Those are the only 2 drivers in the class. Gene Raimondi with that 102.746. And Frank Osborne with a 102.841, so less than 9/100ths of a second. So that's going to be a good battle as we get to our race 1 here later today. Again, in Spec Boxer, again, we've got 18 kart drivers that have taken a lap around this racetrack right now, with Logan Stanko leading with that 1 minute 7:28 over Daniel Rubel, who we've seen many, many times. And especially out here in that 771 with a 101.442, so just under a second. Bill Thomas in 3rd, Chris Taylor in 4, and Earl Harrington rounding out your top 5. Hey, shout out to Van Benson in that number 28 out here. I didn't know that Van was actually running this weekend, so it's good to see Van out here running a Spec Boxer in that number 28 machine. Alex Al as well. When we look at SP3, Rod Brandover, again, we talked about it. And Andreas, just as you were talking about it, he went 1 minute flat. So that should be a very good time. He's got about a second over Will Waldron in that 07, and then Ken Agnaw in that number 15 machine in that 89.944 machine with about 1.3 seconds back. So.
Yeah, I think that the only one close to that is in the Spec Boxer. That's Logan Stanko. He was one of those who had exited a little early from the qualifying session, only doing 4 laps so far. He's in the number 708 car. He still has his second best time on this qualifying session at 1 minute 7:28, as you had mentioned. And I will also call out earlier, Aaron Ambrosino. The timing has been fixed. so he was reflecting where he's supposed to do the laps. We called that out a little bit earlier, so some quick tuning, and we're all fixed and good to go. He's in the number 8 car. His best lap time is 1 minute 3 and 5.92 seconds. So that has been fixed. I'm happy to see that.
Well, I tell you what, we got about 8 minutes left to go in this session. Let's go make a quick call for our next group.
Absolutely.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Yellow group, first call to the grid, please. Yellow group, first call to the grid for your qualifying session. Yeah, as we start to do these 1 minute laps and everything else, it does go quite quickly during these 20 minute time frames. So, again, these drivers here, and again, we talked about Rob, 11 laps in. Logan Stanko only ran 4 right now in his spec Boxster. So, again, you can see the differences where drivers are trying to get everything they can out of those cars as compared to, some of them are just running quick qualifying laps and then pulling it right back in.
Yeah, I certainly want to know what's going on there with Logan and make sure that everything's okay. But I think he had a great time and stuck with it, and maybe conserve him for later on. But maybe we'll see him on for the latter part of this session. Still a few minutes left. Brian, will say again, these times are quick. The way we've got the qualifying session set up today, we're going to be doing 4 of these sessions before getting into the actual racing with Sprint Group 1. That'll be at 3:45 Eastern, about an hour. So we're pretty much running 4 qualifying sessions.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it looks like they've, based off our time before, it looks like they may have ended this a little bit early. So I'll tell you what, let's make another quick call, even though we just made one because they just threw the checkered flag out, and then we'll give you the rundown here.
Absolutely.
Attention in the paddock, yellow group, please head to the grid. You're next on track for your qualifying. Yellow group, please head to the grid for your qualifying session. Drace, we've got a couple cars just now getting their last flying laps. So, these laps are going to count. We'll see if anybody's going to go faster than what they did earlier. And as the session goes on, the times start to come down a little bit, but then you kind of level out. Let's go ahead and go through. So in our SP1, as I said, Albert Salvador is the only car in that group that went out. He set the time 1:08.574. And our SP2, Luke Richard ended up keeping that time with a 1:04.207. It looks like he's going to be on the pole in SP2. Joe Dillon is going to move around Luke Pelpetier in that 1:52. He went with a time of 1:06 flat. With the 7. That's about 1.8 seconds behind Richard. And then Luke Pelpetier is going to be in third in that 6:27 with a 1:06.226. In ME1, Gene Raimondi, he's going to pick up the pole right there in that group with a 1:02.746 over Frank Osborne. That's about 9/100ths of a second, so that's going to be a really good battle when we get to the racing later on. We talked about Logan Stanko. He's actually going to pick up the pole in our Spec Boxster class over Daniel Rubel. Then throw Noah Mazzola in that number 5 machine into third. Alex Au is going to be fourth. And Ryan Farragut in that number 29 in that 97 Boxster. He's going to round out your top 5 in that group.
Thanks, Brian. And it's mentioned some of the names that we saw last year. Certainly some folks. Alex Au, recurring every year, number 79 car, tried and true. He definitely has put on some great races over the years. So I'm going to be keeping watch of him. I know Mazzola last year, definitely remember him. He had a great running out here, even in the rain, different weather, and keep an eye on him as well. But as I mentioned earlier, a lot of folks coming back. It's such great to see some of these familiar names year after year. It really stands to the testament of this race.
Well, Andreas, I'll tell you what, why don't we go ahead and do this? Why don't we go ahead and take a break, thank some partners and some sponsors who bring this great event on, and when we come back, we'll come back for our yellow group for their qualifying session. We'll be right back. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing
exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
What, Andreas, that first session went really, really quickly. I mean, I think what we're doing is we're looking at, 20-minute time limits, but I think what we're doing is actually going a full official 15 and then kind of giving a little bit of a break there. But, yeah, when we first looked at timing and scoring and we saw the 26 seconds, I was like, wow, somebody's got to check that car in time.
I was gonna make some phone calls there, Brian, and just see what was going on, because that would be national news. That was.
I was saying, we may want to be calling. We may want to be calling a bunch of people to come down here for that car right there.
Absolutely. And Brian, every year, it's crazy to be back here. It seems like just yesterday, 14 months ago, we were doing the last broadcast. It always goes by quick. So again, if you are thinking about racing next year, now is the time to start making your plans. I have to check. We'll see after the race how it goes, but I would think that we would repeat it again in June. Absolutely. If we get the track space, it is definitely a difference from coming here in April. Yeah. Certainly still a good track to do at any time of year, but certainly today's conditions are definitely encouraging that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the weather, you get a little bit of a breeze blowing. The weather out here is fantastic right now. Again, a little bit warm. We talked about it before, and as we get into this next group, this is where we're really going to start to see some of these times, but we're going to see where drivers are going to go out and set their times, within the first 5 or 6 laps, and then that's it, right? We're not going to see, the 13 laps or the 12 laps that we saw kind of in our spec boxers and even those guys, because that's, you're setting it up for the, the tire.
Absolutely. And with these sessions, Brian, as you mentioned, we have the next group starting to enter the track here. This is Racing Group Yellow. For 15 minutes they have to qualify. And these are very quick sessions. So still, even in 15 minutes, we had folks getting 10, 11, 12 laps in the last go-around. Certainly some did less. But certainly can get a lot in those minutes. And we're very excited to see this. And we're getting the final count of cars here in just a moment of how many are in this group. Let's see here in the next few minutes there, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is where, you're going to, tire degradation is going to play a a key factor, especially in the qualifying, and especially when we get to the races as well. We're going to see that. So it's one thing to keep in mind as the day goes on. And as the races pick up here later this afternoon, when we get to 3:45 time frame, it'll get a little bit cooler there, but I think that, the track is going to be very, very warm at that point. So our cars are now coming down the pit lane out. You can see some of the cars out there. And again, this is where some of these drivers are still coming off the pit lane, and we've got some drivers that are already through the S's, Andreas, and so eventually those drivers that got out early, they're going to end up coming on the back of this field, and that's where it's really going to be a little bit of a challenge, and it could end up playing with your lap time if you're trying to get that lap out in the first couple of the first couple laps.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to get the final count in just a moment with all the race times coming in on how many cars are on the track right now. I'm standing up at the tower, and pretty much all around me there's cars on all parts of the track. So certainly something to watch when the folks that enter the track first start to see those who had entered last. There's plenty of cars here on the track. It is a full course.
Yeah. This group here, like think Hankook Tires for picking up the national sponsor on this this session right here, along with our KMC group. They have picking up as the regional sponsor here in this group. So thank both of them for coming on board and sponsoring this session here. We look at some of the times that are coming through here already. Again, only the first out lap, right? So, tires are just getting hot. Brakes are getting a little bit warmer now. As you can see, and you've got a plethora of cars coming down here now, Andreas. So it's like, for qualifying, and again, this is a very small track, 1.5 miles. You want to be spread out. We're going to look like we're going to go 3 wide down into turn number 1 here. Not sure that's the right move to try to set a quick time.
No, certainly not, Brian, but it does make for exciting racing, though, that is for sure. Some of the first times here, and number 228, Art Zhang in the GTB1, it's our first time below a minute for the day at 59 seconds, 4.76. Right behind him, Francis Florido at number 48. He's 59 seconds, 7.73. These are the two guys under a minute so far in this qualifying session. This is what we had hoped to see.
Yeah, in that GTB1 class, we're going to see that all weekend long, right? You're going to see these top 4 or 5 cars that are going to be right there compacted together, and that was part of that 3 wide we saw going down in there as well. Going through along with, you've got Eric Yortsoy, Peter DeBusman in that GTD1 class right now. He's your early leader in that group. John Patton in the number 2, Keith Fisher, again, another GTB1 car that's sitting in there as well. Dominic Belvedere out there on the racetrack right now. Russell Mortarana as well. So again, a lot of drivers that we've seen over the last year and a half really coming out here. They really got those cars going.
Ryan, as I've mentioned, we would find out how many cars are actually on the track, and it is 24 for this group. So that's a lot. This is what we had hoped to see with over 100 racers for all groups today. We're going to see some of these larger groups. I haven't seen this in a number of years. And something I was thinking about on the way in here, I've been doing this about 5 or 6 years, Brian. Every year, especially after COVID, we start to see more racers coming out, and it's just great to see. Yeah. And hopefully next year there'll be even more, but certainly plenty here at the track for the next 2 days. Over 100, I want to say about 105, maybe 110 we might see.
Yeah. Tell you what, we're moving right along here. Let's go ahead, since we didn't do it the last time. Let me go ahead and make that first call to the grid for the next group, because I know it's going to take this group a couple times to get up there. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Red group, this is your first call to the grid for your qualifying session. Red group, this is your first call to the grid for your qualifying session. Tell you what, Marcy Tunowicz in that number 21, I believe that car was the first one out on the racetrack as well, has set the pace there. You were talking about underneath that 1 minute bracket. Right now, that driver is at the 56-second bracket. So a pretty quick lap going right there with that machine in that 2014 Cayman S.
Absolutely. We're going to keep an eye on him there. Certainly having a great run so far. We haven't seen times like that in a little bit. So, and he's in the number 29 Tunowitz GTB1. Number 29, 56 seconds and 0.2.
Yeah, I mean, that is getting it around right now. And that's, again, that's only, in lap 5, right? So as the tires start to come off, we'll probably see a little bit of a fall off there, but I don't think we're going to see that much of a fall off.
No, certainly not.
We look at all of our groups here in our Spec Cayman. Dominic Belvedere right now setting the early pace there with that 58.917. Eric Yortsoy in that 33.21 machine, that 06 Cayman with the 59.346, so about almost a half a second back from there. In our G class, Michael Gershon leading right now with a 59.431. John Patton still right at that 1 minute mark in that number 2, about 0.6 of a second back from Michael Gershon. Ariel German in that 4.75. Again, another driver right at that 1 minute mark with Jordan Simon a little bit further back. We look at our GTC1, Alan Benjamin in the number 21 machine with a 1:03.425. He's the only driver in that. Michael Stenko in the 73 machine. A little bit slower than that in the F class. That's a 1:12.901. Again, the only driver in that class. In GT3, the 01, Garrett Krieger with a 57.534. It's got about a 2-second lead over Steve Garrison in that 127 machine. In GTD1, our only driver is that 125 of Peter DeBusman in that Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Again, with a time 59.542. And again, we talked about our GTB1 class with Russell Mortarana now getting into that 57-second there bracket, Andreas, in that 7:26. But now Hanley Boss Fisher in the 0:22. He moves up there into second place in that group. So Hanley getting it done pretty quickly, moving up after lap 7.
Yeah, the GTB1 class, very competitive. I mean, certainly Tunowitz number 29, that 56.2, that's standing tall. That is definitely an outlier there.
Yeah.
But Hadley Boss Fisher right there behind him, and only 0.2 of a second separates him and Russell Martirana.
Yep.
Apologies there.
No. And you've got a lot of cars, right? So coming through the S's here, look, we're 4 or 5, trying to get through. And so what ends up happening is that, again, that stalls your lap as we've got to pass going up over top of the hill here in qualifying. So, again, drivers trying to get the maximum they can, not only out of these machines, but out of these tires as well.
Yeah, we talked about it not on the broadcast there, but for those tuning in at home, haven't been at the track, after the first straight, there is that S. And that is definitely a challenging spot, especially for first-time drivers. But this is a great way to mention, though, that everybody racing in this does go through a driver's education. Mm-hmm. They certainly have to qualify to be able to compete here. So no shortage of training that these drivers need to go through to actually be out here today. But certainly that is one of the most challenging aspects of the course, even for seasoned drivers. It's famous and it's known for that, but over the years I've seen many trouble spots, so let's hope that folks continue to be safe out here today, and it looks like that so far, folks, just for the qualifying session.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, these qualifying sets, they go pretty quickly, right? So you've got to be able to come out. And that's, like we were talking about, you get in that line, and there's really nowhere to go. You're kind of battling to get around, if you are behind someone there, and you've got to make that pass, and you've got to do it in the right spot. And, there's several really good passing points on this racetrack. Obviously, going down into Big Bend, out-braking that person and getting by there, and also coming through the uphill there. If you can get through an outbreak going in to that, you can really get a lot of momentum up over that hill and then coming down.
Yes, and we've seen that, and certainly our photographers for CVR and PCA will be over there in the off chance, and definitely iconic shots over the years.
Yep.
Over in there in the back hill.
We will definitely be seeing, when we go through some of these camera spots where we're going to see some of these tires coming up off the ground especially on that uphill going through there. And you've got to be able to handle that car going through it. We're definitely going to see that in the next group for sure.
It's almost like a rite of passage for being here at Lime Rock to do that at least once in your tenure. But we are well through the second qualifying session. There's only a few more minutes left on this session, and it's certainly looking a lot more racing to go today.
Yeah, I tell you what, Garrett Krieger in that 0-1 in that GT3 machine, he has now kind of moved up into second overall. Again, he's also in that 56-second bracket with the 56.346. So again, Garrett moving up there a little bit further.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see that today, Brian, at least for this session. But yeah, certainly getting close to that. Still, 56.2 is the time to beat for this qualifying session overall today as well.
Tell you what, with that being said, again, we've got just about 8 minutes right now left to go in this qualifying session, maybe a little bit less. Let's go ahead and make a next call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call, red group. Second call, red group. To the grid, please, for your qualifying session. So if we look again, Andreas, with just about a couple minutes now, let's look, and now we have a new leader overall. We just talked about this driver. Garrett Krieger in that 0-1 in that GT4 Club Sport has now gone 156, 148. Right now, so definitely out in clean air with that car. I'm not sure you're going to go at 56 seconds with being around cars. So
it's incredible. He's having a great time out there in this session. He's been every lap. He's getting that much faster, as you mentioned a little earlier. He's just getting warmed up, getting familiar with the track. So yeah, that 56.148 is the time to beat on this session. Again, Tunowitz at 56.2. That was the one set earlier on. That still reigns true. He's in second, and Hadley Boss Fisher, number 3 overall, and number 22 machine, 57.025.
Yeah, and just as we say that, we get down to that 7-minute mark. I look out here over the window. I look down over the pit lane. There's a lot of cars coming down pit lane right now, so it looks like their session more than likely is going to be done. If we look out over a little bit of a recap here, let's go back and look to see if we've had any other changes, especially in our top 2 in our classes. In our SPC and our Spec Cayman, Dominic Belvedere still leading with that 58.917, along with Eric Yortsoy in that 321 machine, in that 06 Cayman S with 59.346. We look at G, Michael Patton, G class. John Patton now has taken over Michael Gershon in that number 2 machine with a 59 flat with a 2, and then Michael Gershon dropping back down in that 087 machine, 2/10 behind him. Jordan Simon in third. Alan Benjamin in that GTC 1 class, again the only driver in there with a 101. Michael Stenko in that F class there with a 111, 495, and Andreas, does look like we are going to get the checkered flag right now. So these last couple of laps will count for some of these drivers that took it just before that came out. So we'll see whether or not anything changes, but it doesn't look like, it looks like everybody else pretty much is going to be down coming through either on pit lane or finishing up that last lap.
I'll mention another returning driver, number 154, Eric Liu in the GTB1 2010 Cayman White. Just set his best time at 57.447. So again, that GT1 class, very competitive with 3 racers only separated by 0.4 of a second. That certainly says the time. And just a correction earlier, number 29, Tunowitz, he only did 7 laps, so that would explain that.
Yeah.
And he's sitting number 2 overall, 56.2.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's pretty satisfied with that.
Yep. All right, well, it looks like we've got all of our cars now that have crossed the start-finish line. Let's make one final call to the grid for our red group, and then we'll take a break and come back with that group there. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call, red group. Final call, red group. To the grid, please, for your qualifying session. Final call, red group. To the grid, please, for your qualifying session. Andreas, with that, let's take a break. We'll thank some more partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll get to our fastest group, and we'll talk about that group and what's going to happen with them. We'll be right back.
Driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an añejo and a cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
And welcome back. Welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I am Brian Donati along with Andreas Cloud. And I tell you what, Andreas, this is where we're going to see this right now. This is what we've been kind of looking at, especially in some of these cars in that Sprint Trophy class. This is where we're really going to need to really see some of these times coming way down.
Absolutely. I think that the time to beat was 56.148. We had a 56.2 with Maciej Tunowicz, and that was certainly something. He did that in 7 laps. So those are the records to beat today, and I'm definitely hoping to see that as we go through.
Yeah. I tell you what, we talked about this in this red group. We talked about this Sprint Trophy group that's out here, and this is a kind of a combination where Porsche Motorsports North America has partnered with Porsche Club of America to create this Sprint Trophy series. We've got basically 4 races, 4 weekends, right, that are out there. Sebring, which we did at the end of January, beginning of February, and now we're here at Lime Rock. We still got Watkins Glen to go to, and when we get to the beginning of September, we're going to be at Road America with this group here. So.
Yeah, Brian, and I'll say, too, it's a small shout-out to our CVR folks who might be tuning into the broadcast. CVR has assumed the lead role for Watkins Glen. This will be the 2nd year that CVR is doing that, so definitely great to see. We've been running here at CVR at Lime Rock for 34 years now, and it'll be 2 for Watkins Glen. So certainly you'll see a lot of those folks at today and over there. It's not too far, a couple hours drive. And perfect time of year to be out in that time, Western New York at Watkins Glen. That'll be July 10th through the 12th.
Yeah, so I think when we, again, these cars here, again, we talk about this in the Sprint Trophy class. When we talk about our SGT class, that's kind of our GT3 Cup cars. And then we look at our STC, which is our Sprint Trophy Cayman, right? That's our GT4 Club Sports and RS Club Sports. That battle, when we saw it at Sebring, I tell you what, that came down to the very end, almost the last lap coming out of that last turn 17.
And we're starting to see some early times, just as we predicted here. Joel Johnson, returning racer again, in number 207 machine. Best lap time there, 53.188. So that is the time to beat on the day. That is almost a full 3 seconds faster than the previous class. And you see they are racing around this 1.5 mile track here.
Yeah.
Second, Joseph Viola, number 262, another returning racer. Certainly some home court advantage here. These are CVR folks. It is our home track, so
yeah.
To say that.
Well, I tell you what, you were talking about Joseph Viola and Joe Johnson, again, 2 drivers we've seen quite a bit. We also have Stephen DiPolo, and he's moved down. I think we have some in-car from the 244. Let's see if we can't pick him up. Let's take a ride around Watkins Glen if we can. We'll try to locate where he is, but if we can go to that in-car, we'll see whether or not where he is on racetrack. We'll pick him up here in a second, but I know that he's dropped a little bit based off. And again, we're starting to see some of these. Again, we're starting to pick up some of these. Again, here is Stephen DiPolo in that 244. It looks like that may have frozen. So, again, sometimes when you're racing around here, Andreas, as you know, the connectivity doesn't work real well. And what ends up happening is these in-cars. Here we go. There's Stephen as he climbs up over the hill, and you can see there when he went up that hill, it did look like the front end of that car did come off the ground a little bit, as what we expected was going to happen.
It's almost like you have to do that for this class. You have to get some air certainly on the
right
uphill there.
Exactly. So definitely definitely a part where you've got to be able to handle that car when that front end comes off that ground right there.
We have just about 19 racers in this group. Again, some of these times, everybody really putting on a show here with the times around the track. And those numbers are starting to drop here as we see. And now the time to beat here is number 207, Joel Johnson in STG. That is a 22.99 2.1 Cup Series car. Again, 52.223. That is the best time today. Earl Tucker, the fourth in a 2022 GT3 Cup car with a 52.283 time. And Joseph Viola again on his fifth lap around here, number 262. His best time, 52.754 in a 22.992 Cup.
Yeah, these guys are getting around.
Yeah, this is a good time to mention too, Brian. The beauty of PCA Cup is just having racers. I mean, obviously we love our CVR members who do make the trip here. It is our home track, but what's great about this is we have 23 different regions represented, which is incredible. Some folks as far away is in northwestern Canada, Vancouver, in those regions. So we do see some folks from the Jersey regions, northern Jersey, Jersey Shore, Chesapeake, but also out west in Rocky Mountain zones as well. So it's fantastic to see this, and I'm always love seeing this. Some racers from the Chicago zone as well. So thank you again for supporting our race and making the trek out here. I hope you enjoy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Tell you, I also want to thank two of our sponsors for picking up this one here. Our national sponsor, Yokohama, along with our regional sponsor, HQ Racing. HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, first-time amateurs, seasoned pros, or family-friendly environment, perfect for unforgettable gatherings. Again, that is HQ Racing, with the karting, has the largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. So you got a chance to go up there and take a shot at that. That's kind of my thing there, the karting. I'm into the karting and looking through this and with Sodi karts. I'm actually knew we were just talking about that. I was talking about that with Matt, our director over there, and I'm actually picking up a Sodi kart next week.
You are?
So,
Okay.
yeah. So looking forward to that. So.
We do see, as much as we see the racers returning, we do see some of the sponsors returning as well.
Absolutely,
So,
which is great to see, because that's what puts this thing on here at this great facility here in Lime Rock.
a couple other regions represented. We'll check the times as well as we get through this qualifying round. We do have Potomac represented, two racers here. I mentioned Chesapeake and Delaware. Certainly some folks, Western Michigan, Zone 4 for PCA represented. Three racers from the Hurricane region and one from the Carolinas region. Do we have somebody from Gold Coast as well? I mentioned Chicago earlier, St. Louis region, and two from the Lone Star State. So these are certainly a lot of representation from different PCA zones. So thank you again for supporting CVR Club Race.
Tell you what, as we look through some of these times here, Andreas, just about 10 and a half minutes left to go right now with this red group. Earl Tucker in that GTC 8, he's down at the 51.8. Joel Johnson, who we always see at the very top of the list, he's actually leading in our Sprint Trophy G class, which is our GT3 Cup cars. And then Joseph Viola, again, sitting in second in GTC 8 in that 262 machine with a 52.281. John Getz, third in GTC 8 in that number 57 right now with a 52.698. So starting to lower his time. He just went his best lap on lap 8. In STG, sitting in second, Russell Farhang, 52.768. You've got to go all the way down to look at our STC leader right now, and that's Peter Habestad in that number 176 machine. Again, in that Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport with a 56.1. So again, leading that there, and I believe Connor Hare in the 182. He's going to be second in STC with a 56.258, and he just went his best on lap 8 as well. So again, these drivers really starting to lay down the laps now as we get to 6, 7, 8 laps into the into it.
Thanks, Brian. And I'll just mention that is competitive there with Peter Hepstead and Connor Hare. Only 0.15 seconds separate them two. So certainly with a few more laps to go, you could see some change in position there. And Doug Lawson as well in the STC a couple split seconds behind their 121 machine, and he's in the 2024 718 Cayman. His best time, 57.263.
Yeah, it looks like Doug Lawson in that 121 machine. Again, another STC machine. Looks like he may be calling his qualifying session a little bit early. He's sitting in third in STC with a 57.263. I talked about the 4 races that this weekend has, and it looks like we have one car that may have gone in the dirt going through, coming out of the last turn down the front straightaway. That may have been the 176 machine. That may have been Peter Habestad that went through that and then came down and picked up pit lane, I believe. Looks like, or maybe the 153 may have.
Yeah, certainly kicked up a lot of dust, and that with the heat there, you wouldn't have seen that last year with that hitting there with all that dust kicked up.
I think last year, if you would have, it wouldn't have been dust last year. It would have been a mud puddle that you would have seen. So
this speaks to the heat and conditions we've had. Overall, hasn't been too dry of a season here up in northwestern Connecticut. We've had a decent amount of rain. The grass looks so good, but again, glad to see everybody still on the track there. Certainly didn't help with the visibility, kicking up all that dust.
Yeah.
So we're glad everybody's okay there.
Yep.
Steve Katz had exited earlier as well. As you were speaking there, Brian, he's in the 113 machine. His best lap, 54.629. He's an 05.996 Cup Series.
And these drivers coming off that last turn, they're coming by the start-finish line. I tell you what, it is, everything you can do. That is a handful coming through there, where they're trying to get as much out of that as they can, especially, through the downhill. Those cars, they track all the way out. And, if as we've seen, that it's starting to widen out a little bit with that dirt, kicking out that grass. So we're more than likely going to see that quite a bit all weekend long.
Yeah, and I'll just small shout out to the emergency crews here on hand in between the second and third qualifying sessions, between the yellow and this session here. Did have a fire truck on the track going through that caused a slight delay in here, so we are slightly behind schedule because of that. They want to make sure everything's safe for all the drivers out there inspecting the debris, so they did take care of that in the break while we were on commercial break.
Yeah. Tell you what, let's go ahead and give a quick little rundown here, because it looks like we are getting the checkered flag right now. So pretty good segue here. Let's give you the rundown of the group. So in GTD3, Rami Farid in that number 53 is going to pick up the pole there with a 54.047. David Peterman is going to come in second right now with a 55.948 in that 52 machine. In STC, we talked about him, Peter Habestad in that 176 machine with a 56.100. He's going to be the pole sitter in STC. Connor Hare is going to be second there with a 56.258, followed by Doug Lawson in that 121 with a 57.263. When we look at our STG, Joel Johnson's going to pick up the pole there with a 52.223. Russell Farhang is going to be second with a 52.768. Griffin Fuji, good run for Griffin here, sitting in third in that 270 machine. He ran his fastest lap on lap 11 with a 53.128. We look down here, GTC 3, Steve Katz in that 113 machine with a 54.629. Timothy Lynn in the 708 with a 57.133. And Kevin Abernat in that 409 machine with a 57.432. In GTC 8, Earl Tucker, we talked about him earlier on with a 51.8 in that number 24 in that GT3 Cup car. Joseph Viola is going to be second in GTC 8 with a 52.281, and Colin Mazzola is going to round out your top three with a 52.457. So I tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and we'll take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we're going to go racing. With our first group up is our Sprint Green group is going to run for their first run of the weekend and that race. So you're watching the 34th annual Connecticut Valley Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock from Lime Rock Park, and we'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from. Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
And welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at The Rock. Andreas, I think we've got it figured out now. I think we are on the PA, so it's a good thing they couldn't hear that because I said we were going to racing. We've got one more group. I left out our vintage drivers. I'm probably going to get hammered for that by some of those vintage guys because I know most of them.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to come back and go, wait a minute, I get a qualifying session too. Again, apologize for that. We have one last qualifying group right now that is for the vintage guys. So again, they're going to go out on track right now, get their 15 minutes of qualifying time.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, and we special place in our hearts for this group. It's great to see so many out here, and these are some very unique machines. 24 cars are registered to go here. We're getting our times here. 21 have registered in and clocked their first laps around here. Obviously, these are older machines, but they are amazing to watch. 23 have completed there. Chris Massanti will be finishing up soon in his 73 911 in just a few minutes. But yeah, certainly some great racers here. Brian, you mentioned, many of these guys. So certainly looking forward to this session, and these qualifying times are all fresh here.
I tell you what, one of the groups that I love going out and watching is that 911 Cup group. That group always comes down, especially when it comes to the racing, as well as even qualifying. Always comes down to the last couple of seconds when a driver's trying to get the best time they can. And in the race, it always comes down to the end. And we have exactly 9 drivers that are going to go out and take time in that 911 Cup class. And, Jason Nikic always up front. Del Rey always up front. Eugene Basha in the Pink Pig always up front. I saw Eugene this morning when he was out for practice. A little bit of tire smoke there coming out of turn number 1 there through Big Bend, right where turn 2, right where they did a little bit of the repave right there. So
yeah. We talked about that a little bit earlier. That's something that drivers will have to get adjusted to. And before it goes too long, I will mention Chris has completed around the lap there. His best time there, 1:16.251 in that 73 911. So great to see Chris out there today. So he would be the 24th car as part of this group. So certainly a busy track, just like some of the earlier groups we saw.
Yeah, Jim Scott in that VGTO in that number 85. And again, that's a 73 911. Out there with a 57.282. He's going to be your leader there in GT4. Claudio Kemp. Right now, he's going to be your early leader with 57.299. Michael Pereira, he's going to be your leader right now in that 911 Cup that we were just talking about with that 58.776. Rich Bello in the VO Plus class, the 58.251. Right there, sitting second in VGTO, Charles Meyer with a 58.799 in that 171. So a lot of good racers out here. Again, this 911, and I can't say this enough, that 911 Cup battle, that's going to come down to the very, very, very end. I want to thank two of our partners here on the national level, GT Racing, along with HQ Racing, again, as our regional sponsor here for this session right here. So again, thanks to both of them coming on board, sponsoring this qualifying session for our vintage group.
And we mentioned some, thanks Brian again, have to give it up to our sponsors again, year after year supporting this event. That's the reason why we can do this 34 years running, and certainly for next year it'll be another anniversary, another 5-year. 35 years. I think my first one was 29. So it's great to be a part of it. And again, if you're watching on the sidelines, watching on the broadcast, did hear earlier that there are folks watching from Germany on the live broadcast. So shout out to you guys out there catching us. That's why we put on this broadcast. We want to spread the awareness how great this event is. And we mentioned some unique machines there, Brian. Number 249, Jeffrey Nieblum in a 1969 911 Carrera, a blue. Hopefully you'll catch that on the broadcast as it goes by. We'll keep an eye out for that. But certainly some vintage machines, as you'll see. 1973 number in the 500 machine driven by David Lee. That's a 1973 911 there in white. So there's definitely some unique machines out there. That's why I love this class so much.
Yeah, this class, we got one coming down pit road. It looks like a little bit further back. We're going to go 3 wide coming out of the downhill there at a turn number 7. Claudio Kemp in that number 66 machine going 3 wide with 2 other cars right there going down, trying to really do the out-braking maneuver, trying to pick that line up. Jason Nikic in a little bit of heavy traffic, trying to get his lap in there. So again, as some of these cars start to get some clean air, starting to work through some of the cars that may be a little bit slower, I think once they do that, we'll start to see a little bit better times coming through.
Again, some of the best times we've seen on this class. Here, number 85, Jim Scott. The 57.282, that's the best lap time so far on this group. And that is a 1973 911. And second best time there, Claudio Kempin in number 66 car, excuse me. And that's 57.299. Third overall, number 91, Rich Billow. And a 74 blue RSR, top time there, 58.251.
Tell you what, as we start to go through this now, why don't we go ahead, because we're going to get ready to go racing now. Now I know I got that right?
we're caught up there.
We're getting closer now, right? Again, I apologize. Totally forgot about the vintage class. I marked it down the group before, but we can't let them go without not getting their qualifying session. But yeah, we're getting ready to go green flag racing here shortly right after this vintage group. But tell you what, why don't we go ahead and we make our first call to the grid and get that group up there. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call, green group. First call, green group to the grid for your sprint race number 1. First call, green group to the grid for your first race of the day. So again, as we start to wind down with just about 10 minutes, I'd probably say, Andreas, it's probably going to be in that 8-minute range that we're going to have left for qualifying here right now. So again, Claudio Kemp moving to the top of the board overall. Again, your only car in GT4. But Claudio Kemp going to the top of the board with a 57.083. Jim Scott, who we just saw come down the pit lane a moment ago, calling his qualifying session, through there, with the 57.282. Again, that's your leader in VGTO. Rich Bellow in the VO Plus in that number 91 machine, leading with a 58.251. Second in VGTO, Charles Meyer in that 171 with a 58.380, and he just did his fastest lap of this qualifying session on lap 9. So that car getting a little bit faster. As we look down and we go through our 911 Cup, Michael Pereira is still leading in 911 Cup with a 58.776, and Jason Nikic in the 27 machine sitting second with a 59.160.
All right, you mentioned some of the racing. We're going to roll right into that after this last qualifying session. And a lot of racing. Each of these groups, there's 4 major groups that'll be racing here today. And each of them will be getting a full 20-minute racing schedule. And it's all cars off track by 6 p.m. That is the rule in Lime Rock. So
yeah.
It's going to be fast once we get going here. And certainly we'll be wrapping up very soon. Checkered flag about to go out here at the tower here, right on the straight. So we'll see that in just a few seconds here.
And most of our cars have really kind of already, kind of come in, right? Like we just saw, I believe that was Alex Farragut going back out, to finish up a lap right there as our checkered flag now falls on this vintage group here. We're just talking about Alex Farragut going back out, trying to get another lap. This is really her second time here in that 911 Cup. Last year, kind of had a little bit of a not so good, pleasant weekend in the rain. I don't think anybody really had a good, pleasant, racing experience in the rain that we had here last year. But good to see her back out here, along with her father, Ryan, who's out in another group that I believe is getting ready to come up in our green group to get ready to start racing here.
It's only there. Jim Scott taking another lap around. A number of the racers have done so. So a pretty even split there. Chris Masanti calling it for qualifying. His best time will remain at 59.046. So certainly saw Chris improve his time as he got used to the conditions here and used to the machine as he went out there. So he was 6th overall in the 1973 911.
Tell you what, let's go ahead and I'll give you a rundown. I'll give you a rundown by class. In our VO Plus, the only driver out, Rich Bello in that number 91 with a 58.251. In our 911 Cup, this is where we're going to see that great battle, because just looking at these times, our top 4 drivers are all within, our top 5 drivers are all within a second of each other. Michael Pereira in that 44 machine going to be sitting on the top on the pole. 27 of Jason Nikic is going to be second. Eugene Basha in the Pink Pig going to be coming up third. Del Al Rey in the 521 machine is going to be fourth. Lee Lasberg in that 201 is going to be fifth. And again, those, Andreas, are all within a second. In our VGTU class, Richard Shorta in the 050, only driver in there, going to pick up the pole there. We talked about Jim Scott in the 85. He's going to lead our VGTO group with a 57.282. Charles Mayer in second in that 171 machine. And then Justin Jacobs is going to round out your top 3 in that 752. Mark Wiening in the number 7. He's going to lead your E-class with a 103.990. Claudio Kemp, he's going to be on the overall pole, I believe, as well in that GT4 machine with a 56.796. And our VO class, Chris Masante, David Hutchings, and Jared Jacobs, that's going to be your top 3 with Jeffrey Nieblum in that 249. You talked about him earlier in that 911 Carrera RS. That's going to be your top 4 when this group comes back later on this afternoon. That will be our last group that will run here with their first sprint. So I'll tell you what, why don't we go ahead, we'll take a quick break, we'll thank some partners and sponsors. When we come back, Andreas, we're going racing.
Yes, we are.
You're watching the 34th annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
And welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I am Brian Donati along with Andreas Cloud. And I tell you what, Andreas, I'm close on that. I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer.
I'll take it there, Brian. Thanks.
I tell you what, right now we're going racing, right? We just finished up our qualifying runs with all 4 of our groups. Now we're going racing. Now we're going to see what these drivers did earlier to put themselves in that starting position. Now they have to get it done because we've got 3 races over the course of this weekend, and they're all points races.
That's right, Brian. And I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a tight schedule here. There is a rule with the track that all cars off track by 6 p.m. local time. It's 3:53 here. So in the next 2 hours, we're going to be running 4 consecutive races really quick, 1 for each class, green, orange, yellow, and vintage at the Rock here. It's going to be very exciting. This is what we've been waiting for, and this is where it really counts here, Brian.
Yeah, it's time to get it done right now, right? I mean, it is really time to start moving, and I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to end up with, especially in this group here where we have our spec boxers, those spec boxers, that is another group that comes down. You're going to need to have a partner there. You're going to want to have some drafting through there as our drivers are just now coming out of the downhill, out of the last turn, side by side. We're going to be waiting for the green flag from our starter. We're waiting. There seems to be lined up right there as they come by down towards the start-finish line. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing right now. Rob Ranover and Will Waldron. That's going to be your first 2 cars as they go down into turn number 1. It does look like it is going to be Waldron that is going to pick up the early lead as they come out of turn number 2, out of Big Bend, and get ready to come up through the S's. And we've got quite a bit of cars a little bit further back, kind of going too wide through there. Looks like we've got 1 car may have gone off just out of our camera view, kicked up some dust. Now drivers are starting it at single file as they head up the hill, and that they start to go through the back portion of this racetrack into the no-name straight up to turn 5 and up into the uphill is where they're really going to be battling through, going through here. So again, right now it is Rob Ranover, then I believe it is Will Waldron. Throw in Noah Mazzola in that 5 machine. And again, some of our cameras, because of the heat, is starting to go out a little bit. We're fixing those right now, but we'll pick them up as they come across the start-finish line. And again, that is going to be Rob Ranover. Now throw Logan Stanko in second, and that's 708. Will Waldron, Daniel Rubel, and then Noah Mazzola dropping back a little bit. Van Swenson in that number 28 machine is starting to make a move right now, Andreas. So I tell you what, ready to get ready for that one.
Yeah, and certainly rooting for everyone here today, but Dan, we're rooting for you, buddy. I think it's going to be, wish you good luck out there with all the racers.
Tell you what, a really good battle as we talked about as they went down into turn number 1. You can see here's Ken Agnall there. He's going to go too wide through the S's and up the hill back into the no-name straight up the top, and then when they get to the hill, they're going to have to get that single file. We still have a lot of drivers in the very far back. They haven't figured out it's best to go single file through certain parts of this racetrack.
Yeah, it was almost 3 wide here on the S's. That is incredible. It just shows that the level of driving that we have here on the track today. Really good job by all the racers, keeping it safe but competitive, and it's incredible to see there, Brian. I just got word as well, Brian, while you were covering from one of the stewards, is that we may have shorter races for the first 2. It's not fully confirmed yet. Again, I mentioned the timing constraints that we're working with here at 6 p.m. at the local track in the neighborhood, but certainly just something to watch out for. That means that the racers will want to get this in early and be competitive early on if we have a shorter race.
Yeah, especially if we're gonna move those down a little bit. What we may end up doing, as a driver, that's really where you want to do it. So, if you're definitely obviously in this green or even in the yellow, be prepared for that. And we'll try to get confirmation on that, what the times are really going to be, so that we can pass that along as we start to do it. Again, we're 4 o'clock, and as you said, racing needs to be done no later than 6 o'clock. We have to be off the track by 6 o'clock. As our overall leader now starts to come by the start-finish line one more time there. That is Rob Ranover in that number 71 in his SP3 machine. Will Waldron second. Logan Stanko falling back a little bit further now. Again, that's your leader in Spec Boxster, Ken Agnall. We were just talking about him a moment ago. He is now 4th overall with Daniel Rubel in 2nd in Spec Boxster, but he's got a long way to go if he wants to catch Logan Stanko in that 708 machine.
For sure there, Brian. Still plenty of time left on this race, but some of the earlier leaders on the qualifying session, as we talked about how important that is, have carried right over to the racing here again. You have points on the line here. Brandhover, again, with the best time in this group. He's in the number 71 machine. His time at 1 minute clean, .210. So great showing so far on Brandhover. Waldron right behind him at 1:00.366. He's in the 93.968 car.
Tell you about a little bit further back, I was just talking about Ken Agnall. Then you've got Daniel Rubel coming out of West Bend exit. There you see, that is Gene Raimondi in the number 78 in that ME1 class. Van Svensson in that number 28 machine right there behind. That's the 68 actually. That is actually not Van. I think that is, let's see, that's the 68. I'm not even seeing the 68. That's Chris Taylor actually. I do see Chris Taylor right behind Gene Raimondi. So we've got a couple drivers in between there with a really good battle going on.
Coming into no-name straight there, Brian, someone did kick up some dust again. The visibility, we talked about that earlier. We saw that on the vintage group with the qualifying session. Any tire hits right off the track, it kicks off a bunch of dust, and that would create some visibility conditions that the drivers would have to manage. Again, they're prepared for it, but certainly something to watch if any of those drivers, especially when it gets a busy race like this. There's almost 30 cars on the track right now for a 1.5 mile course. It's certainly busy in some areas, and certainly some of the pack is separating out, as we saw earlier. But pretty much from where I'm at in the Skip Barber Tower, looking all around me, there's cars everywhere on the track. So it'd be certainly interesting to watch. The other thing too, Brian, I'm noticing here, looking at Race Monitor, all green times. That means that these drivers are hitting fresh lap highs pretty much up and down here. So certainly it's getting competitive out there. Maybe the word got out there that it might be a shorter race, so folks trying to get in the times while they can.
Yeah, I tell you what, it is, when we came out here for qualifying, again, in this group here, the very first group for qualifying, you had a lot of battles going on for qualifying. Times weren't really where they needed to be. Now that we've gotten into the race, you would think that's where you'd want to be going side by side, but it doesn't look like that's happening. We're kind of getting into single file. Hey, little shout out here, Chip Henderson in that 341 machine out of Frederick, Maryland. There, I was talking to Connor a little bit. I asked him, "Are you racing this weekend?" And he said, "No, Dad's going to race." He's never been here before, never raced this car here before, so giving it a shot. So good shout out to Chip. It's right now sitting in 4th in that SP3 class with Ken Agnall in 3rd, Will Waldron 2nd, and again our overall leader right now, Rob Branover, in that number 71 machine.
That's great to see there, Brian. And again, we talked about some of the names returning: Luke Richard, Aaron Ambrosino. Glad the timing is working, as we talked about earlier on the qualifying. That's running perfectly. So, but some new names that I haven't seen, at least Bill Thomas, Spec B. He's in 144, 98 Boxster. Chris Taylor returning from last year. We talked about Van Svensson. His best time, 102, 186, still remains. Again, I'm still seeing green here, Brian, which means these cars are tracking. And Brandhover beating the 1 minute mark. His best time, 59, 856 so far.
Yeah, again, Logan Stanko, first PCA race, right? So again, good job there, sitting up, leading your Spec Boxster class. So pretty decent there for first overall race. So Logan out here showing everyone how it's done here at Lime Rock in that 1.5 mile track.
Shout out. Maybe he caught last year's broadcast, Brian.
Maybe.
He's got motivated. I don't know. But great showing so far from Logan Stanko.
Well, we'll have to ask. We're in the chat. I see Heidi Stanko in there as well. She was the one who said that it's Logan's race. I would assume that's a relative of Bella, and she'll know what I'm talking about there. And if that's the case, there's very, very good genes there to be able to get this and move up front there. But a pretty good side-by-side battle. And And we'll look to see if we can't pick that up the next time they come by there with, I believe that's Bill Thomas in the 144 along with Gene Raimondi. Again, that's not a battle for in class. That's just a battle on the racetrack, out there right now as they were coming through West Bend and heading up down over the hill. Again, Gene Raimondi in that number 78 in that blue 04 Boxster right there. Seems to have dissipated just a little bit as the 144 now. Bill Thomas comes by the start-finish line. Gene Raimondi there with Earl Harrington and Chris Taylor a little bit behind there. Our overall leader, Rob Branover, in that SP3. He's kind of opened up the overall lead by about 3 seconds over Logan, but Logan's got a pretty decent lead over Daniel Rubel in that spec Boxster class right now. Again, Noah Mazzola in that number 5, sitting at 3. Alex Al, then Van Svensson, Bill Thomas, Errol Harrington, Chris Taylor, Mark Calzaretti, and then Bill Rubner as well. So,
I'd say as well, Alex Al, veteran racer here at Lime Rock. We've been here many years, all the years that I've been announcing here, Brian. And his best lap there, 1 minute, 0.781 in a 99 Boxer. Great showing again. And the number 79, as always, Alex Al.
Yeah, Alex Al seems to be pretty quick everywhere he goes in that number 79 machine. I always like to, take a look at Alex's car, and it seems like he's got a piece from every different Porsche out there with the different colors. It almost looks like the Partridge Family paint scheme, the Partridge Family bus paint scheme.
I like that. That's unique. I'll put that on my Boxster as well.
Just there going through your screen there, that was the battle with Chip Henderson there. I believe that may be also with William Johnson in the 74. So a battle there for 4th going on. We'll wait for them to come out of the downhill and pick them up as they go by. There's Ken Agnall right there. He's actually putting a lap, I believe. Actually, he is battling with Will Waldron going down into turn number 1. So Ken Agnall in that blue and white 944, number 15, along with Will Waldron in the 07 in that white 968 right there. There's Chip Henderson there coming through. We should be seeing Agnall come through here momentarily. That's the 3rd car in your shot. Right behind that, that's Will Waldron in the 07. That is for 2nd and 3rd in that SP3 class right now.
Yeah, that's what makes the club racing there unique, Brian, is that in the same race, you'll have these mini battles going on within the different classes. So even if you're in Racing Group Green, there's several different classes competing for points here at PCA Racing. So certainly unique to point out. We have seen some separation, at least large parts of the track with no cars, and then groups, as we're starting to see on the straightaway. It might be about 10 or 15 cars now coming down the straightaway, all the way down the Samposi Straight into turn 1.
Yeah.
So it's definitely unique to see how it flows throughout the race. Again, still the time to beat there. Rob Brandhover, the fastest lap time, 59.856. And creating a little bit more separation between him and Logan Stenko. Again, different classes, but with Ken Agnall, that is almost 5.8 second the difference between the two of them there for the Spec 3 class.
Yeah, I tell you what, good battle in Spec Boxster, a little bit further back, and they're just now going down into turn number 1. They're going to be coming into your shot here momentarily, and that is going to be the battle really for 7th and 8th overall in Spec Boxster with the 717 of Earl Harrington and the 68 black machine right there of Chris Taylor, blue and black. They were side by side coming by the start-finish line, and when they got down into turn 1 into Big Bend, Chris Taylor had to back out of it a little bit, which allowed Harrington to go a little bit deeper and go a little bit further, but then Taylor was able to get right up next to him again coming through there, and they had to get that settled up pretty quickly. I'll tell you what, Andreas, we've got about, now that the time has changed, we've got about 12 minutes left in this race. Let's make our first call to the next group. Attention in the paddock, yellow group, first call to the grid for your sprint race number 1. Yellow group, to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. So again, as you were mentioning a little bit, cutting down some of these some of these times on this race here again. It was sitting about 18 minutes, and we jumped it back down to 12 minutes. So looks like they're going about 25 minutes to kind of cut back a little bit of that time, being that we are a little bit further behind.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Again, as Brian mentioned earlier, as soon as we get word from the race director, we will relay that information to you on the broadcast. But again, a little bit shorter times. We had scheduled for a half hour for each race. Brian, as you mentioned, it's shortened down by about 5 minutes, so we're going to be 25. So we're a little bit over halfway mark in this first group for Racing Group Green. Again, this is Sprint 1. There'll be 2 more sets of sprints tomorrow. Again, even though it's closing early, again, we talked about the 6 p.m. deadline. The gates open here tomorrow at 6:30. So for the diehards who want to spectate, you can come here 12 hours later and we'll be here.
Yeah. I tell you what, I talked about this battle earlier on in that SP3 class with Ken Agnall and Will Waldron. I tell you what, they were coming up on some of the slower traffic in that Spec Boxster class, Andreas, and they basically had nowhere to go going down into turn number 1 and into turn number 2. We'll wait to see them come by the next time. Right now, they're probably coming up through West Bend, if not coming down the hill. But I tell you what, Will Waldron and Ken Agnall, they were side by side. There they are right there, coming out of there. They're putting a lap on Chip Henderson along with William Johnson and Damon DeCastro. They have been side by side every single time as they come now by the start-finish line, coming into your camera right here. Basically nowhere to go between. They are within millimeters of each other every single lap.
Man, it is tight out there. And I mentioned earlier, at one point, maybe about a minute ago, there was maybe one car on the straightaway here on the Samposi Straight. And at one point, there was maybe about 15 of them. So they certainly see some congregation. You see it here on the broadcast, about 6 on the S right now. Not single file, as you mentioned earlier.
No, no such word as single file right now when the racing happens. And Agnall and Waldron, they had to work themselves through that in order to get through those Spec Boxers, and it does look like that Ken Agnall was able to do that. We'll see whether or not he's able to pull away just a little bit. Opens up that gap there back to Will Waldron by about 3 car lengths now that he's cleared some of those Spec Boxers.
Ryan, one of the unique things you mentioned earlier, again, this course is nearing 70 years old in operation. Pretty much unchanged in terms of the layout. What's unique about this course, and this is, again, I mentioned earlier, this is nestled in the Berkshires. You have that natural terrain that creates that natural flow to this course. That's what makes it unique. It's small, but it follows the terrain really well, and that's why you get that on the no-name straight there in the uphill. You can get some air.
Yeah.
That is all natural. That is not that is not artificially created.
Yep.
And that's why we have folks that come back year after year. It's such a unique and historic track here at Lime Rock.
So again, our first race here for this green group. They're going to have 2 more tomorrow. They're going to start, that race should roughly start around 10:20 for race 2 and then come back again later in the afternoon. So again, lots of racing to go here at Lime Rock Park. Again, for our Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I tell you what, some really good battles going on, and we've been seeing this now for quite some time here with Van Svensson and Bill Thomas. Bill Thomas closing the gap just a little bit to Van in that number 28 machine. And again, that is a battle for 5th within that Spec Boxster class. So again, you can see here, Andreas, a lot of these cars, while they've gotten mixed up and you've got some inter-class battles, it is definitely coming down toward the end. But while we're thinking about that, let me make another call here because we are running short on time in this race here for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Yellow group, this is the second call for your sprint race number 1. Yellow group, second call for your sprint race number 1 to the grid, please. As we were making that call, we were looking out, and I saw Noah Mazzola coming out of the last turn there, getting 2 wheels off through the downhill, going through. So again, people trying to extend this racetrack more than it already is.
And we talked about the timing earlier. Brandhover again, recurring name. He's talking a lot about Brandhover because he's been doing really well again. His best time, 59.856, but again on the timing, he's created even more separation with Logan Stanko. Again, different class. Stanko's in the Spec Boxer class, with Brandhover's in the Spec 3. Now that separation is gone. Actually a lap as well. So certainly Brandhover having a great race so far.
Yeah. Tell you what, and our leader is just now going down into turn number 1 and turn number 2, Big Pen. So, we got a little bit of a replay there where we've got one car getting a little bit sideways coming out of the West Bend exit. So, again, as we go back to live action here, our overall leader should now be coming up through the uphill in Rob Brandhover in that number 71. And I'll tell you what, Andreas, he is in some heavy traffic coming through, going through the last couple of laps here. He has fought his way all the way through. Just now coming out of the last turn there, I believe. See whether or not that is Rob. I do believe that is. He just went by the 29. That is Ryan Farragut. I think Ryan may be having some timing issues in his car because he is only shown as doing 4 laps. And I do believe I saw him out there pretty much most of this race.
Absolutely. But he would be the 31st car. There were 31 cars on the track there, Brian. That's the most I've seen. And it certainly could fit more, or a mile and a half. But most I've seen in the years that I've been here at Lime Rock here, Brian. So great to see so many racers in this group. 31 racers in total on the track right now for this group.
And I think at one point we probably had 29 of them all on the front stretch going through with, and I'm sure Rob probably thinks the same thing. As at one point he was trying to get through all of them. I believe that is Rob Brandhover that's just now coming out of the West Bend exit and heading down to the downhill again. So he'll be completing another lap, putting a lap now on the 6:26 machine. There, I believe that is actually Luke Richard, who had a really good qualifying time today. Got one driver on pit road. It is one of our spec boxers. We'll see which car that is. I believe that is the 508 machine. I believe, or the 588. That is the 588. That is Thomas Wisnowski pulling down on pit road here with just about 2 minutes left to go in this race. So again, we'll try to pick up Rob Brandhover coming down out of, I believe he should be coming through possibly West Bend in that yellow number 71 machine. Again, he was going through some pretty heavy traffic last time by. There he is right there coming through West Bend exit now. So should be coming down the downhill momentarily. It looks like he's going to catch up with a couple of our other spec boxers. It looks like he's going to roll up on the number 8 machine there. I believe that is going to be Aaron Ambrosio along with Fariz Ahmed in that number 1. So again, with just about a minute left to go, it does look like Rob Brandhover is going to put another couple cars, another lap down here.
Yeah, he has certainly performed well in qualifying, practice, and in the first race here. And we're taking a look at the tower as well. If its flag might be coming out very shortly, under a minute to go on this group. And next up, we will have the orange group, and that'll be the second group for today in Sprint 1.
I believe it's the yellow group that we have. Yeah, it is the yellow. Somebody did a little typo in your book there.
Correction.
I saw you looking at me earlier. I was like, I made the mistake with the vintage people, but I didn't.
That's 1 for 1 there, Brian.
We're 1 and 1. We're even right now,
We're
right?
even.
So we're keeping an eye out. I believe Rob Brandhover, and he's just now coming out of the last turn, and he is going to pick up the checkered flag right now. So Rob Brandhover is going to pick up the win in SP3 and your overall winner in all remaining cars after that. And what we'll do is we'll give you the rundown of all of the groups, but we're going to let most of these cars finish because there is still quite a bit of a battle going on right now. It looks like Ken Agnall, he looks like he is going to pick up second place in SP3. Remember, he had that battle pretty much the entire race with Will Waldron. So good to see Ken Agnall picking up that second place in SP3 as some of our other drivers are coming through here as they're starting to cross the start-finish line now. But again, at one point, Andres, we had a pretty much of a big gaggle of cars on the front stretch trying to get through some of this lap traffic.
And I think once they had separated out a little bit, you saw some changing in the timing here. In Spec B, Logan Stanko made up a little bit of time. Branover still 4-second lead on him on the same lap now, which is interesting to see. And Alex Ao now moved into second, third overall. So certainly saw the improved positioning there. Again, that's the experience that Alex has had being at this track for many years, and you see that in the later stage of this race. And fourth overall, Ken Agnall in the number 15 machine with an 89.944. His best time, 1:00.320. And Noah Mazzola rounding out the top 5 in the number 5 machine, the 99 Boxster.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and give you the rundown by class here. In our ME1 class, Gene Raimondi is going to pick up the win in that number 78 with the 313 of Frank Osborne, going to finish second. In our SP2, Luke Richard, that 626 machine is going to pick up the win over Joe Dillon in the 152. Third, beginning the last podium spot, is the 72 of David Mann. In SP1, Albert Salvador in that 56 machine, the only driver in that class, going to pick up the win there. We talked about Rob Branover. He's going to pick up the win in SP3 over Ken Agnall and then Will Waldron. Chip Henderson's going to finish fourth with William Johnson in fifth. In Spec Boxster, Logan Stemko, he's going to go ahead and pick up that first win here in that number 708 machine. Alex Ao is going to finish in the second in that 79. Noah Mazzola in the 5 is going to pick up the third, the last podium spot. Daniel Rubel is going to finish fourth with Vance Svensson in the number 28, going to pick up and round out your top 5 in this class. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go ahead and we'll take a quick break, and we come back. We'll go ahead and pick up, and we'll catch our yellow group in their race. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back.
Pro Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. The week-long extravaganza, held June 14th through the 20th, is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the Autocross to the tech sessions, banquets, and social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Parade returns to Lake Placid this year, the site of both the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics. Lake Placid also hosted Parade in 1994. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, or taking on an autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through Club Racing and the High Performance Driver Education Program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock from Lime Rock Park. I'm Brian Donati. He's Andreas Cloud. And I'll tell you what, Andreas, we had some cleanup to do. We had to remove a car, and it took a bit longer than what we anticipated. But I think we're back here running. We're going to get our yellow group out here running. And I'll tell you what, this is another group. When we start looking at it, especially in this GTB1 class, we're going to see some pretty good battles.
Absolutely there, Brian. And I think we jinxed ourselves earlier when we said, there wouldn't be too many breaks here. But, you know, with the weather, if it's one thing there, that's racing, and we make do. And certainly the emergency crews have done a fantastic job. Didn't quite catch it on the broadcast there, but car number 627 on the previous group did have some trouble there on the uphill. Certainly been cleaned up. He is okay, and that's Luke Pelletier. All the best for him for tomorrow. Hopefully he can get back out there, do some fixes overnight, and get back there for the second 2 sprints. Again, some points in line. This is a live feed there. And again, that was the reason for the delay. So we'll be monitoring here. It looks like they have about 20 minutes for this race is what I'm seeing here. Unofficially, we'll keep an eye on that. So 10 minutes shorter than what was scheduled here. Again, make sure we get enough racing in here for the other groups, the orange and the vintage group after this group. This is Racing Group Yellow. Yeah, I tell you what, waiting for, coming down out of the last turn here, turn number 7. I tell you what, Garrett Krieger, Marche Tunowitz, and then Handley Boss Fisher is going to be your third. Russell Mortarana in that 726. That is going to be your first 2 rows as we're waiting for the green flag. And the green flag is out, Andreas. And I tell you what a great start by Garrett Krieger in that 0-1. It seemed like the rest of the cars just really didn't have anywhere to go. You can see there has opened up by about 3 car lengths over Marche in that 29, and then another 2 or 3 car lengths back from the 22 machine of Handley Boss Fisher. Yeah, I mean, fantastic job. We saw this in the qualifying. These cars, the competition is out there. The qualifying sets the time, and those who had the faster times in qualifying are going to get the early lead here, some open space to work with. Garrett Krieger, certainly in the GT3, 2019 GT4 Club Sport, certainly someone to watch. Again, number 29, Tunowitz in the 2014 Cayman S. Again, these 2 are top competitors for this group, and we're going to keep an eye on that. Certainly some great times we're going to see here on the first lap coming around. In just a few seconds, we're going to see some of these early times coming in. Brian, we can take a look at those as they come in on Race Monitor. Yeah, I tell you what, it does look like Garrett Krieger is going to open up with that 59.591, completing that lap number 1. Also want to thank Pirelli Tire for coming on as our national sponsor for this group in this Sprint 1 race, along with Hub Stands as our regional sponsor coming through for this as well. As our drivers now start to get single file, one of the things that we didn't see in the earlier race in our green is we had a lot of side-by-side action here early on. It does look like everybody's going to try to get single file as we pick up Garrett Krieger and Marche Tunowitz in that 29 car. That is the battle for GTB1. Eric Liu just a little bit further back. Well, actually, Eric Liu now is going to move ahead of Handley Boss Fisher in that 0.22. Yeah, and certainly with these times, and we talked about this on the first race there, Brian, is that on these shorter races, people are really going to open up less time to work with. They can let the tires go a little bit more. So there is some strategy. We talked a lot about this last year with the rain and strategy here. Certainly with the time, and the timing factor here is a little bit different on this. You probably won't see this tomorrow because we'll have the whole day to run 2 sprints. So a little bit more flexibility to work with tomorrow, but shorter races here for Sprint 1s for all of these groups to work with. Again, on the first group, on green, they had 25 minutes, and now for yellow, they have 20 minutes to work with. So it's going to be interesting to see how these times play out. Yeah, and we talked about it earlier on during qualifying, that you can see some of the patches that Lime Rock here has placed down new asphalt. Well, that's going to actually kind of have some tire degradation is going to come in as we do. So as we get to, some of these shorter races, that degradation isn't really going to fall off as much as if we were going 30-minute races. Those 10 minutes do make a big difference. Absolutely there, Brian. And one thing as well I mentioned earlier with the car that was on the course at the end of the last group, They did spend considerable amount of time, as you saw, you were on the break, about 10-15 minutes to clean up the track, and that makes sure that there isn't any debris there for this next racing group, and you have a good clean race. And again, as I mentioned, the first times coming in, exactly as we saw earlier on the qualifying, the number 1 car, Garrett Krieger, the best time so far on this group, 56.899. Overall, best time today was Earl Tucker, 51.8. So 4 seconds off there. Again, these are different groups, so you see different timings to compete with, but very, very tight timings. A lot of the cars already, at least 12 cars under the 1 minute mark. It might be, maybe it's about 10 here, under the 1 minute mark, as I'm looking at the times here. It's very competitive out there for this group, which is great to see.
Tell you what, good battle going on in GTB1, and I talked about it before, Andreas, and that is for second place with Eric Liu in the 154 and the 022 of Hanley Boss Fisher. They were nose to tail, and Boss Fisher tried to make a move going down into turn number 1, pulled out driver's right just a little bit, wasn't able to make that stick. That gap is 0.2 of a second last time by, and really what that's going to end up doing is if they continue to keep battling like that, there they are right there going through. That's actually going to bring Russell Mortarana in that 726 machine. He was 3 seconds back last time. We'll see what that gap is the next time by.
You talked a lot about this earlier, Brian, with the GTB1 class. Very, very tight timing. You have about 4 or 5 cars within about 3/4 of a second from each other. That's number 29 Tunowitz, number 154 Liu, number 22 Hadley Boss Fisher, and number 726 Russell Maturana. All those cars in the same class within half a second of one another. Again, keeping close track of these timings is very, very interesting racing here thus far in this group.
Yeah, I tell you what, when we talk about the GTB ones, it's kind of, what we're going to talk about when we get to the vintage group as well in that 911 Cup. Those battles always come down to the very end. It's within the last lap or within the last 100 feet of that start-finish line during these races. I'll tell you what, since we are going to have some really pretty shorter races right now, let's go ahead and make a first call to work for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Red group, this is your first call for your sprint race number 1 to the grid, please. Red group to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. As Andreas, a lot of these cars are really starting to get single file, but we've got a lot of mixed class battles going on the racetrack a little bit further back. I was watching Art Zhang trying to go through again. That's within GTB1. Him and Steve Garrison in that 127 machine. Again, they were battling a little bit. That was within 1/10 of each other last time by. But again, that's Steve Garrison in that GT3 machine. As we got a great battle going down into turn number 1 right now. And that is the battle, as we were talking about, with Eric Liu in the 154 and Hanley Boss Fisher in the 022. Again, GTB1 class. And just as I said, that's brought Russell Mortarana back into the fold there in that second and third place battle in GTB1. They should be getting ready to come out of the S's now. Here they come right now. Your first car there, that's Eric Liu in the 154, Boss Fisher in the 022, the green and white machine, and now throw in Russell Mortarana in that black, in that 2009 Cayman S. That is a great battle going on right now for GTB1. In second, Marche Tunowitz, he's battling with Garrett Krieger in the 01. Got a pretty good lead right there as they come out of turn number 7, out of the downhill. You see here, there's Hanley Boss Fisher. He's going to make a move to driver's right. Russell Mortarana is going to go to the outside, driver's left. For a minute there, Andreas, we were 3 wide going down into turn number 1.
Wow, that is great to see. Again, Brian, you're keeping a great tab of this, but Garrett Krieger and Tunowitz very close now. I mean, it's still a little bit of separation, about 0.4 of a second, but it was about a second earlier. So Tunowitz gaining some ground to try to catch up with Krieger there. Again, these are different class cars, but never ashamed to see some racing between the classes there.
Yeah. Yeah, you get a lot of mixed classes. You know, if you look at how many classes we have, we've got quite a bit. You know, in this group, I believe we have 6 or 7 different run groups in this yellow group, and all pretty much evenly matched. So you end up finding yourself battling other cars that are actually not in your class, but you're racing them side by side quite a bit, which is really great to see. Sorry.
Yeah, excuse me. And a number of cars here. Again, I'm looking on Race Monitor here. You're seeing this. You can follow along as well at home. We have it on the broadcast as much as we can, but you can follow along and check out the times here. But I'm seeing a lot of green here. That means that these cars, as we saw earlier, are getting warmed up. Faster times, shorter race. They're going to try to take advantage of it where they can. And again, I'm looking at the times here, and we'll keep track from the tower, the race director, to see how we manage the times. A little bit over an hour left of racing here, 2 groups to go. So it seems like they have shifted. They may have allotted a little bit extra time. They may stretch this out to a 25-minute race there, Brian. We'll keep a closer tab on that. But it was 20 minutes earlier, and it seems like they might be giving a little bit more time. Again, we'll keep a close eye to see how they manage this. Again, managing the time here with the 6 p.m. Cold time on the track.
Well, I'll tell you what, Andres, when you're talking about that battle, as we're going to go on board here now, that is Michael Gershon. He is in the G class. I believe he is the only racer in the, actually, no, he's not. There is 5 different racers in the G class. Michael Gershon, that is your leader in the G class, in that 087 on board there. It looks like coming through, I believe that coming out of the S's there, getting ready to come up and go through the backside here. Getting ready to come up through the back straight. Actually going through the S's right now. So he's coming out of Big Bend, turn 1 and 2, and you can see the steering wheel there. When that goes from that old asphalt to the new asphalt there, these cars are really getting loose through there.
We got an onboard cam here. It's great to see. Follow along.
When we see our next group, I do believe we have a couple of onboards, or maybe 1 or 2 of those onboards. You'll see it, especially when you get up into the backside, through the uphill in turn number 5. You'll see the front end start to raise just a little bit. That's coming up on top of that hill.
If that doesn't motivate you to get out here,
correct.
I don't know what will.
Even to just stand over there. I had the pleasure to stand over there through another series that was here, and I tell you what, it was fascinating. But to watch these cars do it as well, it's even better. You know, that battle that I was talking about earlier on, especially in that GTB1, that for that second place in GTB1 with Boss Fisher, Motorana, and Eric Liu. Eric Liu's dropping way back, so that battle there kind of dissipated a little bit. Is now it is Hanley Boss Fisher in that 022 Skull Bandit machine now is opened up by about 2 or 3 car lengths to Russell Motorana. And then Eric Liu is dropping 5.5 seconds back. So we held them off just as long as he could. But again, Marche in that number 29 is your overall leader in GTB1.
Yeah, and we start to see this settle out as the race has gone on, some of these positions. Krieger overall has created that separation. Tunowitz had got within about 0.4 of a second. Now it has a full over a second now between them. So Krieger obviously with a different class. You'll see that. That's Krieger. Apologies there. Boss Fisher slightly behind from Tunowitz there. Now it's about a 12-second gap and creating some separation Martirana. So that has separated out as well. So that was on the early stage of this race. That was very, very close. Now we've seen them start to open up between the two.
Tell you what, I want to pick up that G class. Let's see if we can't find out where Michael Gershon is on the racetrack, because Michael Gershon, who was leading that G class in that black Boxster S, he's now fallen back to second behind the Boxster of John Patton. in the 2 machine. So we'll look to find out where they are. We can see going on board here with Michael Gershon. We'll find out where he is on the racetrack. Should be getting ready to come out of turn number 7 and heading down the start-finish line. There you see him. There he is. That's John Patton right there in front of him. So he is starting to gain a little bit in that white number 2 in that Boxster. But you can see Gershon having all kinds of problems going through that transition, coming out of turn number 1 and number 2, where that new asphalt is. You can tell that by the steering wheel. A lot of input.
Yeah, that's a great observation there, Brian, and something that the drivers will have to manage. Maybe we'll see that improve tomorrow. They can make some adjustments overnight. It'll be a short night, 12 hours, and the gate opens again, and we'll be right back at it tomorrow morning. But they have two different sprints to make up for and make any adjustments as they can. So some of these timings we'll see. Again, I mentioned that the time to beat, at least on qualifying, is Earl Tucker's 51.8. On this class, we'll probably see the best around that 56 mark. Derek Krieger, 56.663. That was on his 14th lap. I'm sorry, excuse me, that was on his 7th lap. He's on his 14th. So that might be the time to beat today, at least on this group.
Tell you what, why don't we, since we are kind of coming down on time, as you can see, Michael Gershon there getting put a lap down by the 125 machine there, Peter DeBusman. Let's go ahead and make another call for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call for red group. Second call, red group, to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. Second call, red group, to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. Still staying on board here. It doesn't look like Michael Gershon is able to reel in John Patton. That is a 1.5 second now lead in that G class. One group we haven't really talked about is our Spec Cayman with Dominic Belvedere in that 556 and that silver 06 Cayman. I tell you what, he's opened up by about 1.5 seconds over Eric Yortsoy in that 321. Eric Yortsoy always dominant in the Spec Cayman class, having to do everything he can to reel in Dominic Belvedere. Again, now that gap's opened up to 2 seconds.
And Gershon had the lead on Patton early on, and you're starting to see that time now. It's about 2 seconds between the two of them. So again, for the two of these guys, it's adjustments that you make throughout the race that can set the difference. Even if it's early on, you get an early lead, you can make up for it. And looking at the timing earlier, again, Krieger really pulling away overall. Again, his best time still there, 56.663. That was earlier on, but he's consistent. He's consistent in that. He's on his 16th lap here, and that's what sets the time apart. Start to chip away. Even if he's not setting records on every lap, you can still just get that separation on the timing, overall timing there, Brian.
Tell you what, we've got one car that came down out of turn number 7. That's David Nissenbaum, again in our G class in that white 2004 Boxster. Andreas, I think he's got some problems. A lot of smoke out of the back end of that car. I'm not sure if there's tire rub going on there. We'll see whether or not David's going to be able to make it back around. Again, David a little bit further back than I think he wanted to be right now, but I think there's some other issues going on. I've not seen him come by through here, so we'll have to see. That may be one of the latter cars coming through now. But definitely some smoke, and there it is. There is David Nissenbaum right there with the nose, the 06 machine. Seemed to be a little bit back up to pace there with Marche getting ready to come up behind him, but definitely have some smoke coming out of the back of that car. It looks like we may have a standing or move over flag there as our leaders are now coming through this traffic. And David Nissenbaum down on the pit lane here. So again, looks like his race is actually going to be a little bit sooner.
And he's coming right down there, pit road there. We can see it right in front of us in Skip Barber Tower. Again, another group, we talked about this on the earlier race. Again, a number of cars starting to bunch up again. That will affect timings, but that will affect positioning as well. So we'll start to watch those times and see if they're changing. Again, the top racers still, it's Krieger, Tunowitz, Boss Fisher, Martirana, and Liu in the top 5 for this group.
Yeah.
And that's been consistent throughout most of the race here.
And
Hard time catching up some ground. Apologies there, Brian. He's catching up some ground, but close timings here.
And it does look like we've added a couple more minutes to this race. So we're right around just under that 6-minute mark, right around that 5-minute mark. So it looks like that's what we added. So we've got about 5.5 minutes. So again, these drivers, not as sure. I mean, you just race to the flag that you see in front of you. But yeah, some of these drivers, anticipate this full, 30-minute race that they were supposed to get, or 20-minute race that they were supposed to get. And now they're able to do that, as we got one car going 2 wheels off there. I believe that is going to be, is that the Eric Liu machine, possibly?
Yeah, he's trying to gain some ground again. Martirana still has some separation with him, with Liu, but he's still trying to make that up, and that's what you see there on the screen.
Yeah, and that was Eric Liu. He, as I said, he's dropped back in that GTB1 class, almost 13 seconds now off of Hanley Boss Fisher, who's in second place in GTB1 with Russell Motorana, and they were coming up on some pretty heavy traffic here. They should be just now getting through the right-hander there, kind of coming out of the S's and heading up into turn number 5 into the uphill. So we'll try to pick them up in that green and white Cayman, along with that Russell Motorana with that black with the red stripe and that 726. Again, I know we've been talking about them. That's kind of the closest battle on the racetrack for class right now. A little bit further back, you've got some battles with Steve Garrison in a GT3 with Art Sang, another GTB1 car, as they come down through there. They were within 0.02 of a second of each other. So again, pretty good battle there, as we've seen often in this group with different classes.
We're talking on the G class there, Brian. John Patton making up some even more time now with Gershon. It's about 5 to 6 seconds at this point. So that was close earlier on. I'm starting to see some of these cars open up. But I talked about it earlier. Earlier in the race, we only had 10 cars that were under a minute. Now it is 14 under a minute. So cars really starting to get warmed up here now that in the latter stage of this race. Just a few more minutes left. We're going to keep an eye on that flag. But again, this is going to be a rolling time and see how the other two groups go. But it should be about a half hour for them. It might be at a 25-minute adjustment. We'll see how quickly they could turn around for the next group.
And there comes our GTB1 battle. If we can pick up, Gary, down into turn number 1 right now, you're going to see that's that Hanley Boss Fisher and Russell Motorana. And I tell you what, they are nose to tail pretty much the entire race. Motorana was just a little bit further back. They're going to be coming out through here now. And you'll be able to pick them up here coming up into the no-name straight right about now. They'll be the next couple of cars coming through, and I tell you what, they are definitely fighting it out for this second position in GTB1. Right there is the battle right there. That has really been picking up and being hot and heavy this entire race.
Other times here, we want to know in the GT1 again. That is what we're watching, because it is so close. Keith Fisher and Art Sang really battling it out. Fisher with the best lap time at 58.626. That best laps I'm seeing all around here, 21. So they are not slowing down there, Brian. They are going to race right up into the flag and try to get those best times and make up some ground on each other. Maybe collect a few more points on positioning.
Yeah, we were talking about Michael Gershon. I've been kind of looking at his laps over the last couple of times, and it seems like that car has kind of fallen off from a setup standpoint through there. So
you could bet he's going to make some adjustments.
Yeah, absolutely. With the heat and that what we have through there, going to be able to do that. So definitely got to make some adjustments here. Where they're getting right around about a minute and a half left. So we'll see Garrett Krieger in that GT3 machine leading. Now he's opened up on Marche Tunowitz by about 1.7 seconds, and a lot of that had to do with traffic. In Hanley Boss Fisher in GTB1, sitting in second place, he's kind of opened up by about 0.3 over Russell Motorana as they go by the start-finish line, this time by Eric Liu, kind of fallen off in that battle that we saw early on. So again, another car in the race that's kind of fallen off a little bit here as this race has continued on through there. So,
and then we hadn't really talked about with Steve Garrison there. Brian. He had a best lap. He slowly got back into the top 6, and he is right behind Eric Liu for the top 5. But just want to shout out to Steve Garrison there with the GT3. Best lap time there, 58.895, 6 overall, and second in the GT3 class.
Yeah, again, right around 30 seconds. It looks like everybody is working their last lap here. So they are getting the 1 to go. So we'll wait for Garrett Krieger to come around. Here comes the Hanley Boss Fisher and the Russell Motorana. That's 3rd and 4th overall, and that's the battle for 2nd in GTB1. Our GT3 leader and overall leader, Garrett Krieger, should be getting the checkered flag next time by. Got a few other cars coming by the start-finish line right now. And this has been a pretty good battle pretty much the entire race as well. And I believe that is the Daniel Krantz and the Gregory Wagner. Again, another GTB1 battle a little bit further back in that class. But those two have been kind of going at it nose to tail pretty much the entire session here. That's for 8th and 9th in GTB1 as the checkered flag is now out. And it does look like it is going to be Garrett Krieger going to pick up the checkered flag over Marche Tunowitz in that number 29, but Marche is going to pick up the win in GTB1.
Brian, I talked about that earlier. That was over a second, and that's fluctuated throughout the race. How it is 0.2 of a second between Krieger and Tunowitz, so it definitely gained some ground. It's great to see, and good ending there. Again, Krieger, though, clear winner of this group overall, but again, Tunowitz taking his class, the GTP1 class, Krieger taking the GT3.
Comes that battle I was just talking about there with Daniel Krantz, Gregory Wagner. Again, that's 8th and 9th in that GTB1 class as they finish up their race. Good couple battles going on as well, picking up the last couple laps. So I'll tell you what, I think all of our cars pretty much have gone by the start-finish line. Let me give you a rundown here by class, and then we'll take a quick break and come back for the next group. In our F class, Michael Stenko in that number 73 machine in that Boxster is the only car in that group picking up the win there. In our Spec Cayman in the 556, Dominic Belvedere over Eric Yortsoy. That's going to be your top 2. In the G class, John Patton going to pick up that win over Michael Gershon. Jordan Simon in the 54 machine is going to finish 3rd and take the last podium spot. In GTD1, Peter Bussman is going to pick up the win there. In GT3 is going to be the 01 of Garrett Krieger, and then the 127 of Steven Garrison. GTC1 looks like Alan Benjamin in the 21 machine is going to pick up that win there. And in GTB1, as we talked about, the 29 Marche Tunowitz and is going to pick up the win there over Hadley Boss Fisher in the 22, along with Russell Motorana is going to pick up the last podium spot, and Art Zhang and Eric Liu is going to round out your top 5. So that's going to round out our yellow group for their sprint number 1. They're going to come back tomorrow with 2 races there. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock from Lime Rock Park. I'm going to go ahead and take a break, thank some partners and sponsors, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America. I am Brian Donati, along with Andreas. And Andreas, I'll tell you what, this is the group that we've been waiting for quite a bit. I've been waiting for all the groups, really. But honestly, this is the group because we've got this Sprint Trophy class in here. And we've got several of those cars. And again, that's another group that comes that just brings it every single time. It does look like we are going to get 2 pace laps here for this group right here. So again, a lot of these group got to get a little bit more heat in the tires. These are these are kind of the larger cars, the faster cars. You got to get that heat in those tires.
Absolutely there, Brian. And certainly at this point in the day, we're passing the 5 o'clock hour here on the East Coast and in the U.S. And it is interesting to see how they react. I mean, certainly a little cooler than earlier. I'm looking at the temperatures here. We may have surpassed the record here for the day at Lakeville in Connecticut at Lime Rock Park for today. So certainly temperature a factor. It's going to be near identical conditions tomorrow, maybe a few more clouds. So how these drivers adjust after these first races will be interesting. But certainly to give them time to warm up, they're rolling right into these races. There was maybe just 1 to 2, 3 minutes that they allowed between the classes, and now we're moving on to the next race here. So certainly eager to see how this goes once the pace car comes off in just a few moments.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to take credit for the heat wave then. That's what it is. So I think last year I took credit for all the rain, even though I was not here. I did the announcing, but we were doing it remotely, and I was nice and dry. But I can't say that about you and everybody else. No. So I will take credit for the heat wave this year.
Thank you for that. But I live in Connecticut here, Brian, and we've had a record cold spell. It was a brutal winter up here in Connecticut. So everybody in CBR is ready for this warmer temperature.
Yeah, they kind of want to get to this, right? I mean, this is kind of it's really where you want to be.
Waiting for this.
Yeah, exactly.
And Brian, as we open up here, the time to be, the best qualifying time is, again, there, number 24, Earl Tucker, the 4th. And he had a 51.8. We're going to see these times, certainly once these guys open it up. A lot of cars on the track, 16, a little bit less than what we had for the other classes. But the racing will be very exciting. Not to take anything away to have lesser cars on the track, but they are faster.
Yeah, I tell you what, and we are green, and a good jump there by Joel Johnson. But I tell you what, the jump a little bit was Colin Mazzola in the 251. Really tried to get a jump on the entire field. Kind of moved out drivers left to do it, as well as Stephen DiPaolo in that 244 to try to get the jump. Could not get it done. You can see there moving back a little bit into that 4th position overall in that GTC 8 machine. And I tell you what, basically was not sure he was going to get through turn 1 because he was on the very far outside of the racetrack. As Earl Tucker, is now taking the lead in GTC 8 with Joseph Viola. Joel Johnston, again, in one of our Sprint Trophy groups in STG, fell back just a little bit after getting that early jump.
Yeah, some other names here. Coster breaking the top 5 here in the number 573 machine. That's a 24 black and gold 992 Cup car. So nice to see John breaking the top 5 here in this racing group. We do have a couple spectators here on the side on the S turn as well. So good to see, but all these cars really opening up, and we're going to see that. Plenty of track to move here with 16 cars on a 1.5 mile track here, Brian, and certainly in lap 2. Looking to see these times against how they qualified.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can do it. As we were just talking about Joel Johnson now, he's going to move up into 3rd, get back around Colin Mazzola, kind of open that up a little bit, trying to chase down Joseph Viola. And I'm not used to Joseph being in a red, white, and black. I'm used to him being in that blue and yellow machine this year or like last year. So, it's, he's trying to chase down Joseph in that car. But I tell you what, good run by Joseph. But Joel seems to be right there on that back bumper the last time by when they crossed that start-finish line. Here you can see him right now. That is Viola in the 2nd position along with Johnston. Again, Johnston leading our STG. You got to go back a little bit to Tom Burke in the 277 machine in that green 992 Cup car before you get to 2nd place of STG. and that's about a 4.5, 5-second lead right now for Johnson.
And the time's about the same. We looking at that a little earlier there. 52.748 is the best so far here. That's Earl Tucker, the fourth. His qualifying time, 51.8. I'm harping on that because I want to see him beat that qualifying time there, Brian. But again, very close racing. On the second lap, Viola had a 0.6, and he's made up a little bit of ground on Tucker. So certainly we want to see them compete, and that is close enough for this class. And they're certainly bringing it as we thought they would.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a class that we kind of, you see, again, as you mentioned, only 16 cars on here. And in some ways, that's probably a good thing. With a 1.5-mile track, you get a lot of these in there, and you start to get a lot of battles going on. It ends up being a little crazy sometimes, a little hodgy-podgy, I guess is what they call it, going on. But a lot of these drivers here, just trying to get through the sprint, number one. And again, this is all about points, especially in our Sprint Trophy class here. So this really goes into one of those. So Joel Johnston really trying to get that done, along with Tom Burke in our STG. And I believe we do have one car in our STC, and that's Doug Lawson in that 121 machine in that Cayman that 2018 or 2024, Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. Again, we talk about, those two classes. Our STG is pretty much the 911 GT3 Cup cars, specifically the 992.1 current generation and the 991.2, which is the last generation. And then in our STC, you've got those Cayman GT4 Club Sport, specifically the RS Club Sport, which is the current generation. And then you have just the regular Club Sport, which is the last generation as well. So,
Ryan, thanks for that. And I'm again looking at the times there. These guys are not slowing down. They are not holding back at all on this last race for their group today. We'll see what they do tomorrow there, Brian. But other racers to look at, Stephen DiPaolo in GT3-8, his best lap time 54.581, and John Coster still hanging down in the number 5th overall position. Good for his class. Very tight timing there. Maybe about a half second separates them. So keep an eye on how these times evolve overall. Tucker, the 4th, still holding it down over Viola. That is now a 0.7 second difference between the two of them, and Mazzola right behind him there. That might be something to watch there, Brian. 0.3 seconds separates them.
Yeah, we see these cars coming off the West Bend exit right here. There you go. That's the 244 there. That's Stephen DiPaolo, and then a little bit further back, Rami Farid, along with Tom Burke coming down through there. You see those, and you can see the gator teeth there. And I call them gator teeth on the rumble strips on the outside. And I've seen a couple cars kind of go wider than I think they want to, just like that one right there.
Right.
That will upset the car, especially coming through there. So you almost want to get your left side tires right on that white line coming off there. That's kind of the optimal exit of that. Anything further outside of that is just going to really upset that car, as Rami Farid getting by one of our other cars, slowing down there a little bit. So Rami had to really get through that pretty quickly.
We're about a third way through the race here, Brian, and we are keeping an eye on the times. It looks like they may hold it tight with the 25-second race. Again, if you
25 minutes.
25 minute.
If we go 25 seconds, that's pretty quick.
It's over with. It's over with. Thanks for correcting me, Brian. It is past 5 o'clock, so you know what I'm thinking about. But I will say, Brian, it's good to see that they're letting them go a little bit longer. We were concerned that they might bring it down to 20 minutes. Again, we have no control over that. That is up to the discretion of the race director. And it looks like they're going to let them go 25 minutes. I think the racers will be happy with that. And hopefully the vintage group, they'll do the same for them as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think that once we got on that roll, we had a little bit of cleanup earlier on. We got a little bit behind, really from earlier on in this morning. Really got a little bit behind. Was able to get caught back up a little bit, but then got back behind with some of the cleanup, as I was mentioning. But I think we're going to be okay here and really get through some of this. As most of this racing here is kind of stretched out a little bit, amongst the cars. I think the closest race that we have on track really is going to be with the black and gold number 573, and this is in GTC 8 with John Coster in that number, as well as Stephen DiPaolo in that 244, that orange 992 Cup car. That's within 8/100ths of a second, so that's almost pretty much nose to tail. We'll wait for them to come out of turn number 7 through the downhill, and we'll be able to pick them up again. But like I said, last time by, it was 8/100ths of a second, and I don't even think you can blink that fast.
No. It is interesting to see here how close these guys get. But definitely a difference to see when you have 31 cars on the track versus 16 that you have here. Again, these are faster machines, but that'll affect timing as well. And if they have faster machines, they have a lot more track, you'll see these times improve. Again, Tucker the fourth, he's still a little bit short of his timing, but great overall. 52, best lap time there, 52.360.
Tell you what, we're kind of getting into that time range. Let's go ahead and make a call for our first call for our vintage group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Vintage group, this is your first call to the grid for your sprint race number 1. First call, vintage group, to the grid for your sprint race number 1.
Thanks, Brian. You're making my job very easy this year with announcing on there. Brian, maybe just for folks tuning in, we do have mentioned a busy day for tomorrow then, so catch us back on the broadcast for the sprint number 2 race. Here at the track, gates open at 6:30. You can bet that'll be full here for all the racers getting ready. Corner workers will be here around 8. And this is all local time, Eastern. Our warm-ups start at 9:15 in the morning. Our broadcast will start at 10:20 with the national anthem there for sprint number 2. So catch us back on YouTube here. So there'll be 2 different sprints tomorrow, 1 for each of the 4 classes. We'll have a short break for lunch, and that'll go from about 11:30 to 12:20, and then we'll open back up again for an afternoon for the sprints. Again, plenty of time, so we should have full 30-minute races for tomorrow. Plenty of time for both of those sprints to finish up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, and you know, you talk about, you know, the warm-ups that they're going to have, and I think it will be a little bit cooler in the morning tomorrow. It'll be almost like it was this morning when they had their practices. The change is that when you get in the afternoon here and you get the heat into this racetrack, I talked about it before, this track does do a little bit of tire degradation. I mean, it chews them up. And so you've got to make sure that you have the setup on the car, especially if you know you're going to go that full 30 minutes.
And that's where the experience comes in here, Brian. I mean, these are very experienced teams all around. But when you've been in a track like this, any type of conditions you can have, certainly you guys made some adjustments. Guys and gals made some adjustments this year, racing in June versus April. But last year was the theme of strict tire management with all the rain that we had. Again, with so many different types of weather. At one point it was sunny, and then in one race it changed. So what a difference, right? But again, these timings are pretty. These guys are stretching it out a little bit here. Stephen DiPaolo is number 6 overall. Coster still holding down number 5th overall. Mazzola number 4. Johnson number 3. Viola and Tucker are 2 and 1 there.
Well, I'll tell you what, you talk about Stephen DiPaolo. He has gone a full lap down in GTC 8, so I'm not sure if he had gone off anywhere. He's still on the racetrack, just now across the start-finish line. But he is a full lap down almost to Earl Tucker and Joseph Viola in that, almost, a second and a half. So that could be where the timing just didn't pick him up on that one. But it does look like it just now rectified itself just as I say that. Puts him on there. That's going to put him down in 4th place in that GTC 8. Why don't we go ahead and do this? Why don't I go do a little recap here of where we are within class. So our GTD3 leader, Rami Farid over David Peterman. In GTC 8, we talked about him, Earl Tucker. He's your overall leader as well, with Joseph Viola and then Colin Mazzola in 3rd. In GTC 4, Noman Ilayu in that number 555. In GTC 3, you've got Steve Katz, Timothy Lynn, and then Kevin Aberrant in that 409 machine. That is 3rd. In that class. STG in our Sprint Trophy group, Joel Johnson leading Tom Burke, and then our STC, Peter Habestad is leading Doug Lawson. I mentioned I thought Doug was the only one left on the on the racetrack there, but Peter Habestad in that 176 machine is your STC leader. Just now going by the start-finish line as well. So looks like we've got about 12 minutes left to go in this race here, Andreas. Let me go ahead and I'll make another call. That way we can get those cars going so they can get out and hopefully get there full time. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call vintage group. Second call vintage group for your sprint race number 1 to the grid, please. Second call vintage group to the grid for your sprint race number 1. Again, Earl Tucker seems to be doing, coming up on some lap traffic here as we start to wind this down. Just now crossing the start-finish line for lap 15, Joseph Viola. About 3/10 back, but Joseph's going to have to pass a few cars going down into turn number 1. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to get that done. Joel Johnson, he's dropped back about 7/10 again. Both of the him and Colin Mazzola, they're going to have to go through some lap traffic.
Yeah, those positions, again, mostly unchanged. DiPaolo now cracking top 5, getting ahead of Coster there for 5th and 6th. So that's something that we'll see. A very close timing. Talk about how much split you can have there. There's maybe 1/10 of a second between those two guys there. So DiPaolo and Coster, very, very close racing there. And those are in the same class. That's GTC 8.
David Peterman, I believe, in that black and blue GT4. He was driver's left coming through there, coming through the West Bend exit. Had another car. We'll pick up that number there. They should be getting ready to come back through. I don't think that he knew that that car was there. I'm not sure if that was the Timothy Lynn in the 708 or not that was coming through there. We'll see as a 573 now coming through. That's John Coster. I don't believe he was able to see him when they came back through there and literally almost got side-to-side contact right there. John Coster going through some of that lap traffic. Again, that's that multicolored 992 Cup car in that GTC 8. He was flashing the lights.
Oh, yeah.
Going down by the start-finish line saying, please let me get through, you guys, because I'm trying to run down, the next car, which is Stephen DiPaolo in that 244. So actually looks like he's trying to run down Colin Mazzola in the 251. Again, that's going to be for third, the last podium spot between in that GTC 8 class. Good battle on the track right now going down into turn number 1. Rami Farid in that GTD3 machine along with that STG of Tom Burke in that 277. They were actually almost side by side with Burke in that 277 and Rami Farid in that blue and red number 53.
Brian, we talked about the times earlier on. Given some of these tight conditions, we haven't seen too many best lap times for all of these. It's much more closer racing. And they're all together again with 16 cars on the track. It has bunched up a little bit of traffic, so you're seeing Tower get involved. It's certainly some management here, and about 8 minutes left to go in the race. If they'll let them go that long, certainly plenty of time to change some positioning here. But DiPaolo really holding it down again on the 5th overall spot with Coster right behind him. Again, they've been tight for the last few minutes there, Brian. A 1/10 of a second separates these guys. Very, very, very close. So we'll see if DiPaolo can hold off Coster or if he can crack the top 5 there.
Yeah, I tell you what, you talked about DiPaolo. He's getting ready to come up on the back bumper there of Steve Katz in that 113. Again, that's not for a battle in class. Steve Katz in that GT3 machine and Steven DiPaolo in that 244 in that GTC 8. They're coming up. We got one car really, really slow, a little bit further back, I believe. I'll have to keep an eye. I don't know if that was David Peterman as well, or was that one of our other, our turquoise machine? Was that Noam Elahu in that number 555 got really loose coming out of turn through the S's.
Yeah, that was coming right onto the no-name straight there. We'll keep an eye on that, see what might have happened there. But, yep, that'll slow him down a little bit.
Well, it looks like he got through there, and then all of a sudden the car like it slowed down, but then refired.
Yeah, that might have been Steve Katz, if I'm not mistaken there, Brian.
Well, I know DePaulo just went by Steve Katz right there, so they're just now going through up through the S's right now, and I know that DePaulo had a really good run. It's the car that's right behind them, and for a minute there, I thought that may have been John Coster in that 573 machine that got loose, and I do believe that is. I'll wait for him to come back by the next time, but I'm almost positive that was Coster that went through there. There goes Coster there. So I think it was him that got loose the last time as he was trying to run down Katz and DePaulo. Again, coming up on about 6 minutes left to go in this race. So if that was Coster, which I do believe it was, because there he goes there. Katz is just in front of him going down into turn number one. And it does look like Coster was getting past there. I don't believe that may be Peter Haberstad, I believe. Showing Haberstad in a blue, but I'm not sure if that's a silver machine there. I'm wondering if that is going to be one of the cars trying to get that lap back from them. I'm not seeing a silver car unless that is Earl Tucker that went by him. So Earl Tucker putting John Coster a lap down, I believe. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what that was, Andreas. That was Earl Tucker putting a lap down over John Coster. That's your 9th place car overall. So again, Earl Tucker putting it down here.
Brian, looking at the times again, DePaulo and Coster still identical, 1/10 of a second between these two. I don't think it has changed much in this whole race. Very, very tight. Very tight for 5th and 6th overall position, and that's 4th and 5th in class. About 5 minutes to go here on the race. Again, we're keeping an eye on this one. See if they'll let them go the full time. It would be tight, and they'll quickly put on the next group here for the 6 p.m. deadline.
Tell you what, while we're doing that, while we're at that 5-minute mark, let's give one final call to that vintage group and get them moving along so that they're ready to go to get their time.
Let's hope, right?
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for your vintage group. Final call, vintage group, to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. Final call, vintage group, for your sprint race number 1. Tell you what, I was making that call, Andreas, and I was watching coming out of turn number 7, and Rami Farid right there was going, and I believe they were 3 wide coming out of that turn. Rami Farid got a really, really good run coming out of there. Made a move to driver's right, was able to get it done and get in there before he got to that braking zone.
Yeah, it's a good observation there, Brian. I mean, I've been watching Farid's times all throughout the race, and he's slowly creeping up the standings. He's now 8th overall, so shout out to Farid, really turning on the second half of this race. And we see those times there again, see what these guys can do when they get a little bit of space.
Got the 7:08 Timothy Lynn on the pit lane right now. It looks like his race this afternoon here is going to end quite early. They were looking up underneath the front end of that car and then kind of pointed to come back towards the paddock. We'll see whether or not he comes back or does he go out and finish for the last 3 minutes kind of this race.
I talked about that qualifying time. That looks like it will hang there. 51.8 for Earl Tucker, the 4th on his qualifying, and his race time 52.360. That is the time to beat on this group, and it doesn't look like that's going to be broken by Tucker or Viola there.
Yeah.
But that Viola, pretty much for his class, would be 0.3 seconds behind Tucker, the 4th. Again, they're different classes. They are the same class, so that looks like that'll be the same the timing as it's been most of the race there. So Tucker, Viola, and then Johnson in the STG class.
Yeah, good run coming out of the last turn here, and that's with Viola putting a lap on Stephen DiPaolo as well. So again, Viola trying to run down Earl Tucker in that 24 machine, as we definitely got 3 wide going a little bit further. We've got one car that has gone way off down into turn number 1 through the grass, and Andreas, that was just a product of missing the braking zone coming through there. We'll get that number, but it does look like he was able to continue, but it's going to be very, very slow to get back up to speed. I believe that may have been, and well, let's see whether or not he continued, because I have yet to see him come from back out down there.
Yeah, excuse me there, Brian. But yeah, that is very, very late in the race, so that may affect some positioning there. We'll keep an eye on there. We cannot see that from the Skip Harbor Tower again. We haven't seen the car emerge, and we'll confirm that number for you as soon as it comes available.
I didn't think there was any contact with the barriers down there, because it does look like he was able to continue through, and I thought he was going to come back out the other side. I'll keep an eye out to see coming through there, but I don't believe that car has come back out. It may be parked down there on the side. I did not see it come out of turn number 2 either. It was the green, kind of the green and black, and at one point I thought it may have been the 555 of Naomi Lahu, I thought, going down in there, because it was the turquoise and kind of a turquoise and black color.
Yes. Again, so, we'll confirm that as soon as we can get that information. Again, we're watching the tower, and we do see the trucks out there, emergency trucks out there on the side. They're still on.
Yeah,
green.
so we are getting the checkered flag, and cars have gone out. So I do believe he may have had contact down there in turn number 1, right there. And some of these cars. So we are going to a checker flag. So we're going to wrap it up just a couple of minutes early, so they can get to him and get him back out there, so our next group can get on the racetrack. So I tell you what, Andreas, why don't I do this? Why don't I go ahead and give a rundown here by class that we have. Again, we didn't have a big field of class here, but I'll give that rundown as some of these drivers are finishing up here. In GTD3, Rami Farid in the 53 is going to pick up the win there, with David Peterman second in the number 52. In GTC8, Earl Tucker is going to pick up the win over Joseph Viola and Colin Mazzola. In GTC3, Steve Katz is going to pick up the win over Kevin Abernat in the 409, along with Michael Vitz in the 22. In STG, that's our Sprint Trophy group there, Joel Johnson's going to pick up the win over Tom Burke. In our STC, Peter Haberstad is going to pick up the win over Doug Lawson in the 121. So good races for our Sprint Trophy group. And we'll talk more about them tomorrow as well, because we've got some other information, kind of that we want to pass along through there. So I tell you what, Andreas, why don't we do this? While they're going to go ahead and pick him up down on the turn 1, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll thank some partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll pick up our last group of the day, our vintage group, for their sprint race number 1. You're watching the 34th annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss this chance to come back, improve your times, and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Brabham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes, or imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make the Clash at the Glen one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. Join us from July 10th through 12th and bring your friends. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and a 65-minute endurance race, along with an advanced LODE run group. Register online at clubregistration.net.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
The Great Plains region will be hosting your 32nd Carrera GT Club Race at Motorsports Park Hastings in Hastings, Nebraska, June 19th through 21st. The events of the club race are not just for racers. This action-packed weekend has a DE for advanced drivers and a wonderful Saturday night social. All GPR club members are invited to attend and experience the high-level racing. Drive in the DE or attend the social. The drive is just a bit over 2 hours from Omaha to MPH, and it goes pretty quick when you're cruising in a Porsche. The sights and sounds of a club race are thrilling. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
Welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. And Andreas, we're going to get it under the wire. I know we are. Our last group, our vintage group, just now coming out of the downhill now, waiting for our starter to give the green flag. And there is the green flag. We are racing. And I tell you what, Claudio Kemp, Jim Scott, still side by side as they head down into turn number 1 underneath that Chevrolet bridge. And it does look like it is going to be Claudio Kemp that is going to get the early lead. And Andreas, we have one car coming down pit road, smoking very, very heavily. We'll get you the number on that. That is the 249 of Jeffrey Nieblum. So again, they are having some issues with that car. I think they had some issues earlier this morning as well during their practice session.
That's right. That's exactly right, Brian. So now that puts us down to 23 cars for this group. Again, that's an uptick from previous years and what we've seen with 3 members of the Jacobs family, Perry Dog Garage in Southbury, Connecticut, big-time sponsors of CVR PCA, and a trusted sponsor with this CVR as well. So shout out to them with 3 members of the same family on this race. But Brian, we saw at the end of the last race, one of the cars coming off the Samposi straight into turn 1 spun out. It took a few minutes for the cars to clean that up, and we're right into the race here. We're going to let it go as long as we can. It looks like they're going to get about 15 minutes for this group. Maybe they'll make it up for them tomorrow. But what does that tell you, Brian? What does that mean for managing a much shorter race? They were planning for 30. Now they have 15 minutes. How do you approach this one, Brian?
So basically, when again, you're going to race flag to flag. You're always going to race the flag that you have that's in front of you, whether it's a corner worker, whether it's a start-finish line, whatever. Some of these teams are going to have radio communications back and forth, right? So you're going to have somebody in your ear being able to talk to you about that. As we see some pretty good racing here, a little bit further back in the pack, and that's kind of in our 911 Cup, and we'll talk about that here in a second. But you're really going to want to race the flag that you see. And so if you don't have radio communications, it's just an all-out sprint. Even if it was a 30 minutes, it's all-out sprint for every single one of these race groups. So it's the helmet goes on, the visor goes down, and it's get everything you can, no matter whether it's 15 or 20 or even 30.
Yeah, Brian, you'll see that. I've seen these times again. They're going to uptick as well. We've seen multiple cars now under the 1 minute mark. I don't think we saw that much in the qualifying. You guys at home could correct me if I'm wrong, but at the top right now, number 66, Claudio Kemp in the GT4 class, leading VO class, Chris Masanti, and then Charles Mayer in the VGTO class in the car number 171. That is a 72 911. So very interesting results so far. Not a lot of separation there. Again, with 23 racers on the track, you probably won't get too much. Certainly a little bit more room than you had on the other class with 34 cars on the track. But now we can see that these guys are really going to tune out here for the last few minutes.
Yes, Claudio Kemp comes by the start-finish line and complete lap number 3. I tell you what, we look a little bit further back, and one of the battles that I really want to pick up here is in that 911 Cup. And Andreas, we were talking about it with Michael Pereira in the 44, along with Jason Nikic in the blue number 27. Jason is within half a second. And then a little bit further back, you've got Del O'Ray, Lee Lasberg, and then Eugene Basha about 3 seconds back. But again, as we've talked about, that battle right there, that always comes down to the very, very end of each session that they are on the racetrack.
I think you've done this before, Brian. I think you know what to expect here.
Once or twice I think I've done this, especially with these guys. Yeah. Again, this is a group where all the cars are evenly matched. It comes to, it's about the driver at this point.
Yeah, Rich Bello and Claudio Kemp really battling it out for number 1 overall. Again, these are different class, interclass, but still something we like to see with these times. The variation is so tight within this group, within the classes within this group. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys battle it out for the last few minutes here of the evening here, rounding out sprint number 1. And Brian, coming here at the straight, there are 6 cars crossing the finish line here, coming into the first corner here off of Samposi Straight. Very, very tight racing here. It's some separating from different groups.
Yeah, I tell you what, and look, Andreas, we couldn't do this without our sponsors here for this group here in our vintage group, and our national sponsor, Track Day Tire, along with 360 Consulting, which is actually Paul Amico, who was part of that 6-car battle you were just talking about in that number 12 machine. Again, Paul racing in that VO class a little bit further back than I'm sure he wanted to, sitting back in 5th right now. But again, a lot of mixed battles between classes, especially in this vintage group, where you have some of our VO group in there, along with that 911 Cup and even some of the VO Plus cars in there as well. So a pretty good battle with a plethora of cars right now towards the pack.
And you see these times increasing, Brian, now nearly half of the field here under a minute for their best lap. So certainly these guys are pushing it. I think they're aware that they have the shorter time to go. I think everybody who's raced at Lime Rock knows about the 6 p.m. deadline, and they're really going to use it. Posted time remaining to go is about 7, so we are halfway through.
Yeah.
Again, we won't see this time. We won't see this in terms of challenging, in terms of timing, probably tomorrow with 2 sprints for the entire day. Plenty of time to race. But certainly these guys are letting loose on the last race here. All these times now increasing in speed for the best laps. Claudio Kempf really holding it out now, number 66. And his best time there, 58.399. Justin Jacobs now cracking the top 3, 7:52, and Rich Bello now sliding into number 9 and number 3 overall in the number 91 car. And that is the 74 RSR.
Tell you what, good battle. I've been talking about it in that 911 Cup. I'm going to talk about it again. Delo Ray now moving around Jason Nikic in the 27 up through turns 1 and turn 2. So move Jason Nikic back down into 3rd. Move Delo Ray into 2nd. Both of those cars are chasing the 44 of Michael Pereira, and they've got about half a second to try to catch them. They were in some other traffic as well, as we see Eugene Boschek coming through kind of the S's right now in that number 23 machine, pink number 23. But I tell you what, great move by Delo Ray going down into turn 1. We talked about it. That's one of the places here, Andres, you can outbrake somebody, and that's exactly what he did, as now the 27 of Jason Nikic going down into turn number 1 tries to fight back.
Right, and all around on the 23 cars here, there's some interesting timings here. The group that I talked about earlier, the 5 or 6 cars, 19th overall, number 500, David Lee. But Justin Crum, Paul Amico, Alex Farragut, all within 0.8 of a second of each other. It's very close racing here for this last group.
Yeah. Tell you what, can't count out Lee Lasberg either. So Lee set some pretty good times in that 911 in his number 201 in his 911 Cup car. They, again, in traffic, trying to get through everything. A lot of those 911 Cup cars, they are nose and tail coming out of West Bend exit now. So they'll be coming through the downhill, coming onto that last exit down into the start-finish line. As they go down into turn number 1 now. Again, Delo Ray still in 2nd place. Michael Pereira, the 44, kind of has opened up a little bit more of a gap now that I thought he would coming through, but he's definitely coming up on one of the slower cars through there, and I believe that's the David Hutchins of the 310 machine. So he's going to have to work hard to get around him if he wants to keep that lead.
For the 911 Cup here, number 1 in that class, number 201, Lee Lasberg, right behind him, Jason Nikic, and that is maybe a 0.2 of a second, so it'll be something to watch there for that class. Michael Pereira right behind them, 0.1 seconds behind Nikic. So those 3 very close for that class. That's the 911 Cup Series.
Tell you what, as they come out of turn number 7 right now, they also have another car that's kind of going to get in between them as they go down there. That's going to be the 152 machine. That's going to be, I think, one of the Jacob machines, I believe. And that is going to be, let's see. Well,
like Justin Jacobs.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, exactly. Justin Jacobs in there. I think that is the 752 instead of the 150. I said the 152. It's actually the 752. He's actually going to come through that battle. So that, it's at a point where you're not racing for battle in class right there, but you want to keep your other competitors in your class close. You don't really want to let them go by just to go by.
Absolutely there, Brian. Some strategy here in the waning few minutes. And we look like we have about 5 more minutes. The official time says 2.5 minutes. They may let them go a little bit longer. We'll see how. We'll keep an eye on the tower here. Again, very quick race, especially for this group. Very quick race. And these guys are pushing it.
Yeah, I tell you what, Del Rey is moving in on Michael Pereira in that number 44 machine. Again, there's the Justin Jacobs machine going to go and get involved in that as well. But Del Rey, that car has definitely picked up some speed closing in. Last time by, it was about 1/10 faster than Michael Pereira in that 44 machine. As it looks like now they've got Jacobs kind of in between there, and Del Rey's trying to follow Jacobs, who they're not sure if he's going to be able to get that done. I think Jacobs is going to be able to pull away as they come through the no-name straight here. And there you can see it. There's Pereira, the green 44. Then there's Jacobs. There's Del Rey and Jacek Nikic in that blue number 27. That driver there is really trying to cut down and get back by Del Rey.
We talked about Justin Jacobs earlier. He's leading the VGTO class. Another name cracking the top 5, Charles Mayer, number 171 machine in the 72-911. So shout out to Charles there in second in class. And Jim Scott rounding out the top 5, number 85, top 5 overall and third in class. Jim Scott there in the 73-911.
Tell you what, we'll keep an eye out on our starter here, as I do believe the next time Claudio Kemp, who is your leader in that GT4 machine, the next time he comes by, they may be throwing the checkered flag out here, Andreas. And I do believe the last time by he was, or the last time he was just coming, he's in the back of the pack of our 911 Cup cars as he's coming by right now. So he's getting a 1 to go right now. So 1 to go for Claudio Kemp and anybody else. What that's going to do is the back half of our 911 Cup cars, they're really going to be working their last lap, because he's going to get back by them as he's getting ready to come up on Alex Farragut in that number 229. Again, she's sitting back a little bit further, but again, her second time here. Last year was her first time here. Raced in the, I don't want to say rain, raced in the downpour that was here.
That's right.
So again, a little bit better run here for Alex.
That's right, Brian. Just talked about it while you were talking there, Brian. We did see 85 Jim Scott exit the track onto pit road and into the pits area. So it's hard to see a little exit earlier for Jim Scott right at the end here. So we'll see how that affects there. He will not catch Charles Mayer for second in class, and Justin Jacobs number 1.
And here comes Claudio Kemp out of the downhill, out of turn number 7. He's going to go ahead and pick up the checkered flag here in that GT4 machine. So give Claudio Kemp your first sprint race win, overall win here in our vintage group. The overall win. Rich Bello is going to come in second. He's going to win in VO Plus. Then you got Chris Masante in VO. He's going to pick up the win there. Charles Mayer is going to pick up the win in the VGTO class. But David Hutchings in that 310 is going to be in second in VO. And I'll get the rundown of that classes as they start to come through. But I really want to pick up and find out where our 911 Cup cars are, because, again, as I've been saying, and I'll say it again, it's going to come down. Last time by, Del Rey was 4/10 of a second behind through there. And so they should be getting ready to come out of turn number 7 here momentarily. I don't believe they've got the checkered flag as of yet. Claudio Kemp's going to take another lap. So Claudio Kemp's going to run by the checkered flag twice. So it looks like our 911 Cup cars did already take the checkered flag. Claudio Kemp wants to make sure he definitely saw that checkered flag, as he definitely ran through it a second time. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll give you the rundown by class here again. And we'll start with the top. We'll start with our E-Class. Mark Wienering, he's going to pick up the win in E-Class. That's number 7. I talked about Rich Bello. He's going to pick up in VO Plus. In our 911 Cup, Michael Pereira is able to hold off Del Rey in that 521 machine, with Jason Nikic picking up the last podium spot in that number 27 with Lee Lasberg and Eugene Basha rounding out your top 5. In the VO class, I said it moments ago, the 16 Chris Musante is going to pick up the win there, with David Hutchings finishing second, along with Jared Jacobs in the 153, going to pick up the last podium spot. David Lee is going to fall into fourth. In our GT4, in our overall winner, Claudio Kemp in the number 66. In VGTU, the number 50 is going to pick up the win there. And in VGTO, I talked about that, Charles Mayer is going to pick it up over the 752 of Justin Jacobs. And then Donald Jacobs in the 51, who again just did another lap as well, taking that, going to pick up the last podium spot. These guys really want to get those full 25 minutes. So that's going to wrap it up here for today's session. Again, as Andreas mentioned, we're going to be back on air roughly around 10:15 tomorrow. We're going to go live with our green sprint group number 2. These classes are going to get 2 races tomorrow. So again, back on air at 10:15. We'll have 2 sprint races. We'll take a quick break for lunch. We'll come back, finish up the last 2, and then we'll right into sprint race number 3 at 1:40 and continuing the broadcast from there. So you want to be back here at 10:15. So for Brian, for Andreas, we will see you tomorrow at the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll see you then.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
We strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook tires. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an anejo and a cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Trackday Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackdayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Trackday enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through Club Racing and the High Performance Driver Education Program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top-quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience, both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Partners of Club Racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina. Shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailux Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailux should be your first and only choice. Trailux has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailux Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Being able to understand vehicle dynamics, the car balance that you learn in these exercises on the racetrack helps you be such a better driver on the street. And it teaches you invaluable skills of how to control the car if you go into a slide or if you have to brake suddenly or a deer jumps out in front of you.
Everybody's goals can be different, and that's all right. It's not our goals, it's what the driver's goals are that are important throughout this event. So if we have somebody who's really anxious, if the goal can be to help them get over the anxiety of being on track, and then for them to have a good time, that's great. I mean, we have 3 rules for our events, right? Be safe, have fun, and learn something in that order. And so safety first, of course, but getting them to have some fun with this helps to reduce the anxiety for a lot of people.
Find out what events are available around the country and how to sign up for them.
And I think a really important thing is PCA's High Performance Driver Education Program is run completely by volunteers. No matter where you go, if you're in a high performance driving event, everyone there is out there to help you, and everybody there is a volunteer. And we do it to give back to those who served us beforehand and made us the great drivers that we are today.
Pro Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer-proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche, from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. The week-long extravaganza, held June 14th through the 20th, is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross to the tech sessions, banquets, and social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Parade returns to Lake Placid this year, the site of both the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics. Lake Placid also hosted Parade in 1994. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, or taking on an autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
Are you ready to unleash your competitive spirit? HQ Racing is the largest multi-level and largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. With top-of-the-line SOTY carts, HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, from first-time amateurs to seasoned pros, in a family-friendly environment perfect for unforgettable gatherings and events. HQ Racing also has carts with side-by-side seating, great for children or people with special needs. Plan your adrenaline rush today by going to hqracing.com to book a reservation. Walk-ins are also welcome.
Come to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 1st for the 4th annual Porsches at the Rock, a day of fun with activities for the whole family. In addition to a full high-performance driver education happening on track, there will be an autocross, a Porsche Cars and Coffee gathering, a Porsche-themed swap meet, food trucks on the Midway, a 944 corral, and parade laps around the track at lunchtime. All activities on the Midway are free for spectators. Visit cvrpca.org to learn more about Connecticut Valley Region's on-track and social events planned throughout the year.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
After a 14-year hiatus, PCA Club Racing returns to the Pacific Northwest. Oregon Region is co-hosting the Rose Cup with Friends of PIR to bring Porsche racing back to Portland International Raceway. The 65th anniversary Rose Cup races will be held on July 11th and 12th, part of the West Coast Series. This 2-mile track is known for its challenging mix of fast sweepers and tight technical sections, particularly the infield. PIR has hosted premier events like IndyCar, kart, and Formula E. The event offers PCA Club racers an excellent opportunity to add a new track to the racing schedule. Register online at clubregistration.net.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss this chance to come back, improve your times, and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Brabham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes, or imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make the Clash at the Glen one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. Join us from July 10th through 12th and bring your friends. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and a 65-minute endurance race, along with an advanced LODE run group. Register online at clubregistration.net.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
The Great Plains region will be hosting your 32nd Carrera GT Club Race at Motorsports Park Hastings in Hastings, Nebraska, June 19th through 21st. The events of the club race are not just for racers. This action-packed weekend has a DE for advanced drivers and a wonderful Saturday night social. All GPR club members are invited to attend and experience the high-level racing. Drive in the DE or attend the social. The drive is just a bit over 2 hours from Omaha to MPH, and it goes pretty quick when you're cruising in a Porsche. The sights and sounds of a club race are thrilling. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.